The hearing will come to order. Good morning. Welcome to today's hearing. The Department of Energy support for the Savannah River Ecology Laboratory, Part 2. The Savannah River Ecology Lab, SREL, serve the Department of Energy, the communities affected by the Savannah River site, and the nation for more than 50 years. It was, by any financial measure, a very inexpensive lab to operate. It would be hard to find a better return on the investment anywhere in the federal science complex. The lab carried out a variety of missions on the Savannah River site that ranged from research on environmental remediation and data collection for regulatory compliance to education, outreach, and long-term stewardship of the site. SREL's work has saved taxpayers hundreds of millions of dollars. It has done world-class science in a variety of environmental fields, and it brought the Savannah River site credibility with the local communities that's hard to measure. Very little about what has happened at SREL in the last 2 years makes any sense. The department charged the site manager with negotiating a new cooperative agreement in June of 2005, but never told him what the Secretary of Energy expected the agreement to contain. Jeff Allison, the manager of the Savannah River site, came back to headquarters with an agreement for 5 years of support at $4 million a year, but the department chastised him, scolded him, and blocked the deal. Instead, the department insisted on a new agreement that would guarantee $1 million a year plus as much as $3 million for the needs of the site and the department. That was supposed to be consistent with an agreement hammered out in June of 2005 and specifically blessed by the Secretary. The Savannah River site still believes they needed SREL and began working last November to identify the projects that would be funded by the cleanup programs on site. While the site staff and SREL worked together on projects, headquarters continued to dictate every detail about the language in the final cooperative agreement, including language that said money would be contingent based upon need, merit, and availability of funds. The agreement was finally signed on December 1, 2007, 2 months into the current fiscal year. 2 months from that point on, headquarters dictated to the site how the agreement would be implemented. According to interview evidence gathered by our staff, Mark Gilbertson was given the lead, was given the task of overseeing the implementation of the cooperative agreement. He was given no guidance from his superiors, just the authority. Mr. Gilbertson took that authority and then sent a very unusual memo to the site manager on January 29, 2007, telling Mr. Allison that headquarters was going to oversee the implementation of the cooperative agreement. The memo promised scientific peer review of projects at the site that would be conducted by the headquarters and a relevancy review at the site itself. Mr. Gilbertson spoke with Yvette Colazzo, who was the assistant manager on the site for closure projects, regarding how he wanted the site relevancy review to be conducted. He apparently told her that every proposal from SREL would have to be mission critical, would have to meet a mission critical need in fiscal year 2007. The Department of Energy site worked with SREL to turn the original list of 35 projects into 26 specific tasks, and then those same people examined the list through the filter established by Mr. Gilbertson and by Ms. Colazzo, and concluded that only 6 of the 26 needs were mission-critical needs in fiscal year 2007. The funding totaled $1.8 million, which was well below the $4 million that the Department of Energy officials and staff at the Savannah River site knew was the minimum that the lab would need to remain viable at the site. The standard of mission-critical needs sounds rigorous, but nothing else at the Savannah River site is measured by that standard. It is not a term from budgeting or from management, at least not with environmental management. In fact, no one seems to know what it means or can agree on what it means. But Ms. Colazzo and Gilbertson implemented the standard to require that spending produce a tangible deliverable necessary to meet a regulatory need in the current fiscal year, more than halfway through the fiscal year. Three of the items of the task on the task table had in fact been approved for funding at the Savannah River National Lab, but were disapproved for funding by SREL as not meeting a mission-critical need in fiscal year 2007. Very little work done at any research lab anywhere would pass that test. Nothing funded by the National Science Foundation, nothing funded by National Institutes of Health would likely meet that standard. The standard and the process appeared to have been invented on the spot, without oversight, without review, apparently with the intention that the lab would be unable to meet the standard. If the specifics of Mr. Gilbertson's conduct were not reviewed by headquarters, it does appear that that ultimate objective was approved. Mr. Gilbertson said as early as September 6th that the site really only needed one lab, the Savannah River National Lab, and that SREL, which had a very different mission and for very real reasons needed to be independent, should be simply folded into the Savannah River Lab. And Mr. Gilbertson seems to have been given the latitude to make that happen. The department said that there was a rigorous peer review. They said that in letters to members of Congress and in public statements. That's demonstrably untrue. There was no merit review, there was no technical review, there was no scientific peer review. The department claims the lab has had 2 years to become self-sufficient, implying that the lab would have to move away from the Department of Energy support, but in fact that was never communicated to the lab in any way at any time until just the last couple of months. And so far as the lab knew, the Savannah River site wanted the lab there. They valued their work, they needed their work, and they intended to fund the work of SREL. And that was how everyone expected to proceed until DOE headquarters intervened. Last October, Deputy Secretary Clay-Sell said that the site could be funded for the full range of needs that Mr. Allison, the site manager, described. In his briefing memo of May 20, 2005, Secretary Bodman was told that the lab would be able to pursue DOE funding for the work that it was doing. We certainly asked the department to consider returning to that earlier intention to allow this lab to continue to do its work, and that local managers around the country understand that part of the work that they do is to maintain the credibility of the sites and within the communities. I urge the Savannah River lab to release the funds that have been approved this fiscal year for the work of the SREL, continued work of SREL. And with that, I now recognize Mr. Lamson, the distinguished chairman of the Energy and Environment Subcommittee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Miller, I appreciate the recognition, and good morning to everyone. We welcome the second hearing cooperative agreement between the Department of Energy and the Savannah River Ecology Laboratory. As I indicated in my opening statement 2 weeks ago, our subcommittees are trying to understand why a laboratory with such long and distinguished history of doing important, high-quality work on the Savannah River site has had to all but close its doors when the ink is barely dry on the new cooperative agreement signed with the department in December. I find it difficult to believe the Savannah River Ecology Laboratory and the University of Georgia would spend over 1 year negotiating an agreement that would result in the closure of the laboratory. There is simply no reason for DOE to discontinue funding for SREL. There are funds available. There is work to be done. SREL has the personnel and the experience to do the work. The laboratory has the support of the scientific community broadly and of the local community who rely upon the independent voice that SREL represents. I believe the testimony today and the documents the committee has reviewed over the past few weeks or so demonstrate the willingness of SREL and the University of Georgia to respond to DOE's needs. It's clear from the documentation that Dr. Bertsch made a good faith effort to align the work of the laboratory with the needs of the Savannah River site. What is unclear is why the cooperative effort between Dr. Bertsch on behalf of SREL and the Savannah River site manager, Mr. Jeff Allison, to forge a new cooperative agreement that would be in the interest of both parties was scuttled at the end of the process. DOE has insisted they bargained in good faith with SREL and the university in establishing and carrying out the new cooperative agreement. Documentation tells us a different story. Apparently, DOE headquarters gave no direction to Mr. Allison prior to assigning him the task of negotiating the new cooperative agreement, but once it was complete, it is clear they were unhappy with the result of his efforts, a result that would have allocated $4 million per year to SREL for work at the Savannah River site. What result is DOE pleased with? A cooperative agreement with a scope of work that is relevant to the site and beneficial to the scientific and local communities, but that DOE never intends to fund, and a matrix of tasks that Dr. Bertsch compiled with site program managers to ensure that SREL's work would support their respective needs, but that DOE will not fund. This situation is unacceptable. I believe DOE has bargained in bad faith and has decided, for unknown and perhaps unknowable reasons, to cut off funding for this laboratory and force them to close their doors, ending 50 years of a productive, beneficial relationship between the Savannah River site and the Savannah River Ecology Laboratory. DOE should release the funds for the work SREL proposed to do immediately. If the department's expectation is for this laboratory to become self-sustaining through other grants and contracts, then SREL and the University of Georgia should be given an appropriate amount of time to make that transition. 1 year or less is not an appropriate amount of time. Frankly, given the benefits that an independent laboratory like SREL provides to the site and to the local community, I believe DOE should be looking to establish similar cooperative agreements with other universities bordering DOE sites. The goodwill and public confidence associated with this type of arrangement are worth far more than the dollar value spent on the work. The Savannah River site needs SREL. DOE needs SREL. The local communities in Georgia and South Carolina need SREL. And frankly, I believe the nation needs SREL and more laboratories like it. DOE should abandon this misguided effort to close this laboratory, halt its important work, and violate the trust of the communities that border the Savannah River site. There's work to be done, and SREL should be funded to do it. I yield back my time.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Sensenbrenner for an opening statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let me say that I don't think this is really an investigation because both of the distinguished chairs who have spoken have already stated that their minds are made up and they don't want to be confused with the facts or confused with the testimony that is about ready to be proffered today. Let me say that the way that they've arranged this hearing and the previous hearing I think certainly indicates that the issue is not to talk about SREL and the work that they do and how they should be funded, but simply to cast the Department of Energy in a bad light. And I don't think this is the way responsible oversight should be done. One of the issues relating to today's hearing is whether Dr. Raymond Orbach, who is the Undersecretary for Science in DOE, should testify today. Now, Dr. Orbach, incidentally, was the only witness that DOE asked to have present. He's not on the current witness list, and there has been some negotiation back and forth between Paul and Chairman Gordon about why this was not the case and whether Mr. Orbach should be allowed to testify. I think he should be allowed to testify in order to have a complete record so that those of us left on the committee that have an open mind as well as the public can see exactly what's going on here. DOE's recent support for SREL has come from two offices, the Office of Environmental Management and the Office of Science. Charlie Anderson, who is the head of Environmental Management, is here at the minority's request. Because the minority is only entitled to one witness, Dr. Orbach is conspicuously absent. Now, let's look at why Dr. Orbach ought to be here. In his testimony, Dr. Paul Bertsch notes that the performance-based budgeting documentation justifying the fiscal '06 request for the Environmental Remediation Sciences Division in the Office of Science listed SREL studies as 2 of its 7 major accomplishments for fiscal '04. Furthermore, while the Office of Environmental Management argues that SREL does not fit well within its mission, the Office of Science admits that many of SREL's projects would further its mission. Clearly, if DOE wants to support SREL, the Office of Science will have to play a role, and perhaps maybe the larger role. The majority's attempt to conduct this hearing without Dr. Orbach present evidences an intent not to save SREL, but to paint DOE in a negative light. And that's a shame. Lost in the unnecessary politicization of this issue is the lab itself. By all accounts, SREL has been a successful private research facility run by the University of Georgia. In her testimony, Karen Patterson pointed out the respect the local community has for SREL. I think we all can agree that the lab has made important scientific contributions and that its closure would be a loss for the Savannah River site and the scientific community. But I don't believe, however, that SREL should be given free money. From its inception in 1951 until 2005, SREL received non-competitive funding. If Dr. Orbach had been invited to testify today, he could have explained how SREL received direct, non-competitive funding for the Office of Science for 3 years. This is not how our tax dollars should be spent, particularly in terms of funding scientific research. This committee has had a reputation of strongly encouraging competitive grant-making processes and took the hit in rejecting scientific earmarks during my chairmanship and the chairmanship of George Brown from California prior to me. If DOE funds SREL, it should be done under a competitively awarded contract because SREL science and what they're proposing is better than the other proposals that are placed on DOE's desks. I also object to suggestions that DOE's behavior was in some way sinister. The majority has suggested that DOE has somewhat negotiated with SREL in bad faith. The committee's investigation, however, has not uncovered any evidence whatsoever of this. After SREL was zeroed out of the Office of Science's budget, the Office of Environmental Management negotiated with SREL to fund the lab at $4.3 million for fiscal '06 and $1 million for fiscal '07, plus additional funding on a task-by-task basis based on need, merit, and availability of funds. DOE's intention was to move SREL toward a more competitive funding model without instantly pulling all the lab's funding. Miscommunications of this agreement unfortunately led to confusion amongst DOE employees at the Savannah River site, but nonetheless, the DOE has steadfastly honored the agreement. I look forward to hearing from today's witnesses. I hope sometime Mr. Orbach can put his 2 cents worth in, and I hope we can work fairly and cooperatively to find ways to support SREL's survival.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Inglis for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I said at a recent oversight hearing, a joint hearing like this one today, that great nations have governments that ask themselves questions, and so that's what we're doing here today, asking ourselves questions. I do hope we get to the bottom of this in as objective a fashion as possible. It occurs to me that what we may have here is yet another case where there's an explanation that makes an awful lot of sense. And I think it splits into 2 observations. One is something about the private sector, and the other is about the public sector. In the private sector, I do commercial real estate law when I'm not in Congress, and it used to be that you could get clients to give you retainers. And that's a nice situation if you can get it. It's good work while you can get it, because with that retainer, if they don't call on you, you still get paid for that month.
And you can basically afford new furniture for your office and keep the office nice and everything because you got retainer clients. The thing I've observed in the private sector, in the practice of law, is that fewer and fewer clients are willing to do retainers. Now what they do is they say, we will pay you on a project-by-project basis. They're not interested in retainers. Because what they found out is it's more efficient for them to engage the services of a law firm on a project basis rather than on a constant retainer basis. I think that may be what we found out here in the case of SREL, is that the Department of Energy was saying, no more retainers, we're going to pay you on a project basis. Now, if you're the law firm that's getting that switch, it's not a very comfortable switch. Because, like I said, I'd rather have a retainer client than a fee-for-service client. The other thing that I think we may observe here is something about the public sector, and that is that if you change something in the public sector, you win yourself an investigation. And it's one of the reasons why we don't get much change in the public sector. Because if you change something, you get hauled before a committee to explain your nefarious motivations. Whereas in the private sector, you change something, the boss says, attaboy, attagirl, whatever. Thank you for changing it. But in government, the feedback loop basically says this: don't change anything because you will be hauled before a committee to explain yourself, and therefore we don't get much change in government. So I wonder if that's what we're going to find out here today, that we had some people at the Department of Energy that are trying to make the best use of scarce resources, and now they find themselves hauled before a committee to explain themselves, and whether we're going to find that we could pick up a lesson from the private sector and put SREL on a fee-for-service or project basis rather than a retainer basis, and the taxpayers would end up coming out better. So that's what I think we may find out here today, but I look forward to hearing the testimony of Mr. Sell and the others, and hope that with an open hearing and full exploration of the facts, we'll get to the bottom of this and find out whether it's something wrong, or I hope my colleagues that maybe think it's something wrong might decide that, no, it's actually something right. Now I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Inglis. Mr. Hall, do you wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, sir, I do, Your Honor.
We do have votes. We have a few minutes to get there still. Mr. Hall.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to welcome Clay Sell, the witness, and the other witnesses that will be here today. Savannah River Ecology Lab is a University of Georgia facility located in the Department of Energy's Savannah River site that independently evaluates the ecological effects of site operations through a program of ecological research, education, and outreach. And SREL has provided these services, I think, since 1951, when it was established by Dr. Eugene Odom. The facility was initially supported by defense programs and then by DOE's Office of Environmental Management in the 1990s, and eventually DOE's Office of Science in 2003. And for the record, in 2005, the Office of Science cut funding for the lab after they were faced with difficult budget choices. And right at this point, let me support Mr. Sensenbrenner's statement that this is kind of an assault on the Department of Energy. It's also an assault on members that work for the Department of Energy, and some in particular that have made accusations toward that will prove to be untoward, untrue. And as a matter of fact, I think it'll be shown that that particular witness aided and found a way to give some support to SREL. Not a critic, but actually a savior of it. Now, after learning the SREL funding for FY06 had been zeroed out, Mr. Charles Anderson, Mrs. Jill Siegel, and others took it upon themselves to secure enough short-term funding to keep the lab open. That's helpful to the lab, resuscitating SREL to the tune of $4.3 million for FY06 and $1 million for FY07. Now, while these figures were obviously below prior funding levels, the starting point was zero, and they negotiated from there, and all of the interested parties, DOE, SREL, UGA, and the Georgia and South Carolina delegations agreed to them. It clearly was their hope that this additional time would give the lab opportunity to seek enough outside funding to become independent. In return for these concessions, the Georgia and South Carolina congressional delegations agreed not to seek additional earmarks and assured DOE that SREL would become self-sufficient after FY07. As Dr. Bertsch was quoted in a University of Georgia faculty and staff newspaper article in July the 11th, 2005, quote, for Dr. Bertsch, who sits right there, we are sorry to see these fine staff members lose their positions, but if the federal grant must end, we are grateful that our congressional delegations have seen fit to give us a year to develop alternative funding sources. He knew that, and he knew that then. And I think there'll be written evidence to support that. Additionally, the Georgia and South Carolina congressional delegations expressed satisfaction with the agreement and appreciation towards Secretary Bodman and his staff in a June 28, 2005 press release, which will be of record. Unfortunately, the terms of the agreement were never conveyed to the SRS. That's the Savannah River, a DOE group. And because of this, the original cooperative agreement negotiated between SRS and UGA assumed out-year funding levels similar to previous years. Without knowing the previous negotiation, the SRS manager even told SREL to assume they would receive $4 million in FY07 for budget planning purposes. When DOE headquarters eventually learned of the cooperative agreement in the fall of 2006, it was rejected for not reflecting the conditions of the negotiation in 2005. Shortly thereafter, a new cooperative agreement was signed that provided SREL with $1 million for infrastructure in FY07 with the ability to compete for additional funding for tasks based on, quote, need, merit, and funding availability, unquote. While the cooperative agreement was negotiated, SRS and SREL staff worked hard to projectize SREL's existing work so they could be submitted as proposals to DOE program manager for funding. After they were initially submitted, DOE then developed a higher standard for the projects to meet. No longer were they required to just meet a site need. Now they were required to be mission critical. This higher standard eventually led to only 6 of the final 27 proposed tasks being funded by DOE. While the difference between need and mission critical could be purely semantic, I hope we'll be able to determine what was really intended here today. Eventually, the result of their assessment was that SREL would only receive around $1.8 million for FY07. Because of this, UGA decided to significantly reduce SREL's core laboratory functions in June of this year. No one wants to see SREL close. As we learned at the first hearing of this topic, the science that they do is world-class, and the people that work there are of the highest caliber. Unfortunately, DOE's Office of Science had to make hard choices in the FY06 budget cycle. DOE's Office of Environmental Management stepped up to the plate in FY06 and FY07 to serve as a stopgap that kept SREL open for a couple more years so it could reinvent itself, something the Office of Science was trying to get SREL to do even before that. That being said, Mr. Chairman, the lab's ultimately a UGA facility, and they'll decide the lab's fate. DOE is simply a customer of the lab's services. It's my hope that we can actually find a way to ensure that SREL stays open so that it can keep providing services to DOE as well as many other agencies, and I hope the testimony today will shed some light on how we can do just that. I yield back my time.
Thank you, Mr. Sensenbrenner. Mr. Sensenbrenner said that Mr. Lanson's opening statement in 9 showed that we did not have open minds. We will certainly take as a model for keeping an open mind the opening statements of Mr. Sensenbrenner, Mr. Inglis, and Mr. Hall for the future. We now have to go to votes. It appears that the vote we're going to is a protest vote, a vote to obstruct the proceedings of the House, but we have to go vote. And we will return, and we will take your testimony when we return and deal with other matters before the committee. All right, we are back in session. Let me,
Chairman,
since
Mr. Chairman, I have a letter to you pursuant to Rule 11, Paren J, Paren 1. The minority requests a day of hearings on witnesses called by the minority of the Subcommittee on Investigations and Oversight. This is done pursuant to the rule and is signed by all 4 Republican members.
well, Mr. Sensenbrenner, in that case, it does not appear necessary that we adjourn as we had planned to entertain Mr. Ohrbacher's testimony. Right, it is certainly, this is within the minority's rights. We will have such a day. We will confer with the minority about the time that will be scheduled, and hear at that time what witnesses the minority wishes to call. We certainly have plenty before us today. Almost all the witnesses today are witnesses from the Department of Energy. A word about our procedures. Mr. Sensenbrenner, the majority staff does call my attention to Rule 11, and Rule 11J1 does appear to require the minority to specify the witnesses before the end of the day of hearings, at which you request the additional day.
If the chairman will yield, the purpose is to make sure that Mr. Ohrbacher will be invited in a timely manner so that he can prepare testimony and have the testimony approved by the Office of Management and Budget, which is the standard procedure that every administration has had.
Mr. Sensenbrenner,
and if this, I would hope that this matter could be ended amicably with an agreement that Dr. Ohrbacher would be invited to testify. The reason I have submitted the letter to you is that if it is not, I want to make sure that it is submitted in a timely manner, because Dr. Ohrbacher's testimony, I think, is essential to get to the bottom of this and to have a complete statement.
a couple of points. Matters end amicably more often when they begin amicably. We have now received Mr. Ohrbacher's testimony. We are prepared to adjourn after the third panel today. If we adjourn before 5:30 and have Mr. Ohrbacher appear at 5:30, we can hold over today and have a day of hearings of just Mr. Ohrbacher, which we certainly hope would take less than a day, because after reviewing all the documents and our staff spending about an hour with Mr. Ohrbacher, Dr. Ohrbacher, it does not appear that he knows much at all about the decisions that are at issue in this hearing. Now, is it the minority's preference to have Dr. Ohrbacher? Is it Dr. Ohrbacher? Orbach? Is it Dr. or Mr. Dr. Ohrbacher's testimony on another day, or would the minority prefer to adjourn until 5:30, which apparently Dr. Ohrbacher has agreed to do? There is no realistic possibility that any member of this committee will be anywhere but in the House complex at 5:30, at 7:30, at 9:30, at 11:30.
If the chairman will yield, I think we're prepared to hear Dr. Ohrbacher's testimony as soon as he can come up here.
Okay, then we will proceed with what I was about to announce, which is that after our third panel today, we will adjourn if we have completed third panel before 5:30, which is not certain given the way the day is going, and that Dr. Ohrbacher has agreed to appear and testify at 5:30. A word about our procedures from this point going forward. and about agreements with respect to procedures. I did say at the last hearing on this topic and at every other occasion where the questions come up, that it is my intention to try to conduct the business of this committee in as fair a way possible procedurally. I practiced law for 20 years before I was elected to Congress. I always began a relationship with opposing counsel on the assumption that it would be an amicable relationship, a candid relationship, and one in which we could trust each other. However bitter the disagreements between our clients might be, that we, the lawyers, could conduct our business amicably and with mutual trust. Unfortunately, it was a case in my law practice that some relationships with opposing counsel proved that was not a relationship that I could trust, and for various reasons, to protect my client's interest, to protect my own reputation, rather than being in court repeatedly arguing before a judge about what I had said and what I had not said, that I wanted all agreements to be in writing. Oral agreements, personally or by telephone, should be committed promptly to writing. Interpretations of what I had said should be committed to writing. My understanding is that the majority staff asked the minority 11 days ago to designate witnesses. The first I heard that there was a problem about this was yesterday. I had a discussion with Mr. Hall by telephone yesterday at midday. It was an amicable discussion. I understood all questions had been resolved. I have heard that since then, Mr. Gordon had a conversation with Mr. Hall, that the agreement with Mr. Hall that Mr. Hall and I had was not one that all of the minority agreed with, and that the minority wished to add Dr. Orbach. Again, the reason, although if you look at our list of witnesses, we've called lots of witnesses from the Department of Energy, and we're not calling them because we like them. We're calling them because we think they know something about the decisions that are at issue at this hearing. Those are the witnesses we called. The reason we didn't call Dr. Orbach is that after looking at all the documents, all the emails, all the memos, discussing all the interviews with staff, it appeared that Dr. Orbach had no real involvement with the decisions that were at issue. We do appear, unfortunately, in this committee to have reached the point where amicable oral agreements will not suffice. And rather than have what I have said about how we will proceed questioned at every hearing, I will now ask that everybody on the majority and the minority side, majority members, majority staff, minority members, minority staff, commit to writing by at least a quick email. Don't worry about your grammar. Don't worry about your composition skills, but commit to writing what has been agreed to so that it will be in writing. And if you have an interpretation of what people have said, and I understand that something that I said in the last meeting, it was now being interpreted as a commitment that we would call certain witnesses as majority witnesses. I would like to have known that interpretation some time ago. I would prefer not to have heard of that interpretation for the first time yesterday. If you have an interpretation of what we have agreed to, that be committed to writing as well, and that it be committed to writing promptly, so that if there is a disagreement about what anyone said, we will know that well in advance in time to act upon our different agreements, our different understandings of the agreement. Again, it is with regret that I think we have reached that point. We're now about to be called again to another House vote that suggests that the difficulties we have with collegiality in this committee are not unique to this committee. And I understand we have now been called for another vote. But, Mr. Stell, I think we do have the time to take your opening statement, but before questions, we will have to go vote, I suspect, on a motion to adjourn.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Hall.
I'm going to yield.
I yield.
Almost everything you said was correct. I did talk with you yesterday and agreed that Mr. Orbach was not important to me. Received after that fairly ugly letter from Republican side here, and he indicated in order that lesser letter follows, objecting to my agreement. And when Mr. Sensenbrenner objects, well, I usually pay attention to it. And after we had talked, I did tell you that I had no interest in asking Mr. Orbach any questions, and I still don't. But I ran into the chairman of the committee, and he said, "How are things going?" And I had to tell him that I just had a skirmish with Mr. Sensenbrenner, that he'd criticized what I'd agreed with you to do, and I had not seen you to tell you about that.
Right.
Well, I saw Bart, and I figured Bart saw you, but one of your staffers has suggested that he helped write my letters, and that's not going to... I write my own letters to you, and I'm not going to change them at their request, and I don't appreciate it. Now, I'm not going to resort to writing of anything that I choose not to write. My word's good, and if it's not good, well, you shouldn't deal with me. I yield back.
All right. Well, I without going into questions of whose word is good, unfortunately, I think rather than having public discussions about who has said what to whom, we have reached a point where we need to have things in writing.
Mr. Chairman.
And again, I regret that. Mr. English.
You might want to know this, not a vote to adjourn is on leading up to the rule. And by the way, that last vote to adjourn was made by Neil Abercrombie of Hawaii.
I heard that on the floor to my surprise, and if it makes Mr. English feel any better, I was no less annoyed by the vote that it was from one of my own. But if Mr. English would like to keep score over the rest of this week on how many dilatory...
If it'll help you, I'll write you a letter and tell you I voted no on adjournment.
All right, and we now had opening statements from the various chairs of the subcommittees and from Mr. Hall, the ranking member, chairs and ranking members of these two subcommittees, and Mr. Hall, the ranking member of the full committee. If any other members wish to submit opening statements, those statements will be added to the record at this time. Mr. Sell, I think we have enough time if you indeed do adhere to 5 minutes to take your testimony, then return for questions. And we do need to swear you in. It is our practice to take subcommittee testimony under oath. Mr. Sell, do you have any objection to being sworn in? Okay. You also have the right to be represented by counsel. Are you represented by counsel at today's hearings?
Only to the extent...
Mr. Sell, if you'd please raise your hand and stand. You're already standing, I see. Do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth? Thank you, Mr. Sell. You may begin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to Chairman Lamson as well, and to the members of the committee. I appreciate this opportunity to come here today to help explain the Department of Energy's relationship with the Savannah River Ecology Lab, commonly known as SREL. I do want to say, Mr. Chairman, and I say this with the greatest level of respect, that I do have to take exception to some of the characterizations made in your opening statement and Mr. Lamson's opening statement, to the extent that you suggested that the department or our employees dealt in bad faith or dealt dishonestly. I simply do not think the facts bear that out. I'm not prepared to say that we have been perfect. I do not suggest that we could not have done things better, but I do firmly believe that we, this department, and our employees have worked in good faith to keep our commitments. A small bit of background. SREL was established as on the grounds of the federal government's Savannah River site in 1951 by the University of Georgia, using funding from the Department of Energy's predecessor agency, the Atomic Energy Commission. Since that time, and up until 2005, the federal government provided non-competitive funding to support this university-operated laboratory. 2 years ago, however, the circumstances changed. In the fiscal year 06 budget proposal to Congress, which I would note was finalized before Secretary Bodman or I arrived at the department made the decision to terminate support for research in surficial science, which is SREL's primary area of expertise. And no money in the fiscal year '06 budget request was requested for SREL in order for the department to focus its very limited resources on higher basic science priorities. Now, after hearing concerns from the Congress, the Department of Energy and Secretary Bodman made the decision to instead support a more measured withdrawal of its direct funding support from the Savannah River Ecology Lab while assisting in its transition to a future of self-sustainability. Subsequently, representatives from the Department of Energy, the University of Georgia, and interested congressional offices met numerous times to discuss the department's future funding contributions to SREL. Those discussions concluded in May of 2005, over 2 years ago, with an agreement that the department would provide funds in the total of approximately $4 million in fiscal year '06 and $1 million for fiscal year '07, in addition to any funds awarded through the competitive review process. Implicit in this agreement was the understanding that following fiscal year '07, the Department of Energy would no longer provide guaranteed funding to SREL. The department's future funding engagement with the laboratory would be limited to funding individual SREL projects based on the department's mission need, the merit of those proposals, and the availability of funding. Additionally, the University of Georgia committed that it would pursue project-by-project financing from other institutions as well as the Department of Energy in order to become self-sustaining and to wean itself from non-competitive federal support. It remains, and I'd like to emphasize this, it remains our collective hope and expectation that the agreement reached in 2005 would permit the laboratory to operate and continue to operate, and even to expand its horizons, as has been the case for the Savannah River National Laboratory, which receives no guaranteed funding and has grown its budget to nearly $140 million by making its substantial R&D capabilities available to other government and private customers. The Savannah River National Lab model is a successful one, which we, quite frankly, hope to replicate by memorializing the May 2005 agreement with a formal cooperative agreement in December 2006.
Mr. Sell, I do have 3.5 minutes to get to the floor, and it takes me about 7 to get there. If I do want to have the opportunity to hear your testimony, would you mind holding off and completing it when we return?
Of course not.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Sell. We are back in session. Mr. Sell, would you like to complete your testimony?
Yes, I would. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I believe I can do that in, in short of 2 minutes. I was just talking about the example of the Savannah River National Lab, and we at the department do believe it is a model, or that model is a successful one, which we hope to replicate by memorializing the May 2005 agreement with SREL with a formal cooperative agreement in December 2006. The formal December agreement was signed by the Department of Energy and the University of Georgia. I have a copy of it here, and I would request your approval to submit the copy of the agreement as part of the formal hearing record.
That would be fine. I think we have, I assume we've received this in advance, Mr. Sell?
Yes, you have.
Okay. Then,
I
Put in the record of the hearing at this time?
I had hoped that was the case, but I saw your staff nodding behind you, so I know it was the case.
I saw them too, that's why.
I should note, and this is important.
Was it made a part of the record or not?
Yes, it was, without objection. It is now part of the record.
That's what I wanted to hear. I didn't even need that in writing.
All right.
I should note, Mr. Chairman, that in the time frame following conclusion of the May 2005 agreement, but before it was memorialized in this agreement in December 2006, SREL was provided information by our Savannah River site manager, Jeff Allison, to use $4 million as a planning level for fiscal year 2007. At that time, Mr. Allison was uninformed of the terms of the May 2005 agreement, and this in fact caused some confusion. Upon learning those terms in October of 2006, Mr. Allison corrected the record and the understanding with SREL. In summary, the Department of Energy values the work done by the Savannah River Ecology Lab. It was the hope and expectation of the Secretary, of me, and of all involved that SREL would develop a plan to secure outside funding to become more self-sustaining, as is the practice of other research institutions, and as they themselves had committed to doing in both May 2005 and December 2006. Since that initial agreement, the lab has had nearly 2 years to plan for the point at which DOE would no longer provide direct operational support on a non-competitive basis. It is unfortunate that the Savannah River Ecology Laboratory has been unable to do so, and that the university has not responded with a plan for how they intend to transform the lab into a thriving, self-sustaining institution. We at the Department of Energy have kept, and we will continue to keep our commitments to SREL under the terms of the cooperative agreement. And with that, I'm happy to answer your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Sell. At this time, the chair, this will be our first round of questions. The chair recognized himself for 5 minutes. Sell, you spoke in your testimony of the deal concerning SREL in May of 2005. There was or about that time in 2005, there was a memo prepared for Secretary Bodman in May of 2005, which supposedly sets out the deal for SREL funding for fiscal year years 2006 and 7. There's also an email from Mr. Rispoli of Environmental Management that last October that set out a path forward for SREL. Neither of those sets out that there were orders that DOE programs not fund SREL. Is that correct? Well, is there any writing? Is there anything in writing giving a direction for the Department of Energy programs not fund SREL?
To my knowledge, I want to make sure I understand your question. The direction that came out of the May 2005 agreement was to what level of base non-competitive funding SREL would receive. And that was basically $4 million and change for fiscal year 07 and $1 million in fiscal year, for $4 million and change in fiscal year 06, $1 million in fiscal year 07.
But it was your intention that there be other funding available on a competitive basis.
It was contemplated that SREL would seek and hopefully receive other funding from departmental elements as well as other outside elements. And in fact, that is something that I think was encouraged.
All right, and our staff has met with Mr. Allison, and I think we'll testify later today. I think he's on the road behind you. He was the Department of the DOE site manager for Savannah River. He explained to you that the lab on October 16th of last year that the lab needed to do research, support regulatory matters, do education, outreach work, and help with stewardship of the Savannah River site. Do you recall that meeting?
I recall the meeting. I do not specifically recall that exact conversation, but I have no reason to believe, Mr. Chairman, that that's not an accurate characterization.
Okay. And he explained that that was the work that he had agreed to and why he had negotiated a 5-year, $4 million a year agreement with SREL. Is that correct, or do you not recall?
Well, what I recall is Mr. Allison telling me, in fact, that he was not aware of the May 2005 agreement, which set the levels of base non-competitive funding for SREL, and that he had assumed in negotiating the 5-year cooperative agreement that the fiscal year 06 level of basically $4 million would be continued as base non-competitive funding throughout the 5-year extension of the cooperative agreement. And I took the opportunity to acquaint Mr. Allison of the specific terms of the May 2005 agreement as I understood them, and as quite frankly everyone, with the exception of Mr. Allison, understood them in May of 2005.
Okay, well, on that same day, you directed Mr. Rispoli that the site could support the lab, and that the needs can. This is a quotation from the email, an email from Mr. Rispoli. Apparently, they put everything in writing at the Department of Energy. The needs can include what was presented today. Is that? Did Mr. Rispoli get it wrong?
Mr. Chairman, I think, I believe that I agree with you. I mean, to the extent that Mr. Rispoli's email suggested that SREL could make proposals for additional funding in addition to the base funding for mission activities, that is something that was contemplated, it was supported, and I think it was encouraged.
But again, with respect to the mission, do you agree that the mission described by Mr. Allison and that Mr. Rispoli was referring to was research, support on regulatory matters, education, outreach work, and stewardship of the site?
Mr. Chairman, none of those concepts strike me as inconsistent with what the Department of Energy is seeking to accomplish in Savannah River. Quite frankly, I leave decisions on what is appropriate to the mission, what is needed for the mission, what is appropriate given the funding constraints for what we're trying to accomplish. I leave those determinations, quite frankly, to the program officer, Assistant Secretary Jim Rispoli, his deputy Charlie Anderson, and the members of the environmental management team. And so if they determined that those activities were appropriate, then I would have no reason to believe that that determination was incorrect.
So the additional funding that would be, as you said, competitive, could include all of that work. All of that work would be eligible for the funding that you say would be based competitively, not non-competitively. Would not be a lump sum, but would be task by task, competitively granted.
From my perspective, Mr. Chairman, there's no reason that couldn't be. But I want to emphasize that I would leave that, from my standpoint, as the Chief Operating Officer of the Department, I would leave that determination to the program head, Mr. Rispoli, and his team.
Right. Well,
so if they said it was appropriate, then I would accept that it's appropriate. If they concluded otherwise, I would conclude otherwise.
My time has expired, Mr. Lamson.
Thank you, Chairman Miller, and we'll continue with some of that. Can you explain, Mr. Sell, why DOE spokespeople in statements and letters keep talking about the need for the lab to be self-sustaining, it's a phrase in your own testimony, And what does it mean if not that the lab should pursue DOE program dollars as well as other sources of funding? I think at the time that was okay with you and the Secretary. Is that right?
The reason, Mr. Lamson, we refer to a desire for SREL to be self-sustaining is because they're an important institution, and they do good work, particularly in the area of surface ecology. And in fact, we are spending at the department, in addition to the $1 million in base funding in fiscal year '07, we have awarded them an additional $1.2 million to do additional work that is necessary to the department. And it is our desire that we would continue to have the opportunity to contract with SREL many years into the future. But that is different from a commitment to carry all of the overhead and base funding that is required to keep SREL operating. It is our desire that they become self-sustaining, that they are a viable and growing institution that we can continue to use. But just, if I may, Mr. Lamson, give you some of the context of fiscal year '06 and '07. We spend on environmental cleanup about $1.2 billion a year at the Savannah River site. And there are still many things that many of the citizens of the area would like us to do. They would like us to do it faster. They would like us to complete things more quickly. And we simply don't have the resources to do that. And so for me, ultimately, as I look at this question, it's, do we want to divert resources from cleanup in order to pay, if I may use Mr. Inglis's analogy, a retainer to the University of Georgia's laboratory, or would I prefer to take those resources, devote them more to cleanup, and only buy from SREL what we actually need to conduct our mission? And our decision, and I think it was the right one, was to opt for the latter course.
Dr. Bertsch's business plan of May of 2005 shows that he understood that there was to be a shift in the way DOE funded the lab, but nothing anywhere suggests that the department was looking at controlling what the site could do to place work with the lab, and that's what ultimately happens. How much warning did the lab have that headquarters was going to manage the SREL cooperative agreement?
I believe, and I think the testimony will indicate that SREL knew exactly what the terms were going forward in May of 2005.
When did the notice come? When did notice go to them?
I mean, I believe they knew that in May of 2005. If you're using notice in terms of
that headquarters was going to do that?
Well, the suggestion that this was being controlled out of headquarters, I don't know that I necessarily agree with that. Certainly, headquarters, Secretary Bodman, our then Assistant Secretary for Congressional Affairs, Jill Siegel, and Charlie Anderson, were part of a decision in May of 2005 that was prompted by members of Congress who wrote letters to Secretary Bodman saying, get involved in this. We don't like your fiscal year '06 budget request, which zeroed out completely the SREL. And please get involved. And he did get involved, as he indicated in his letter. And we developed a workout that was $4 million in base funding in '06, $1 million in base funding in '07, and that was communicated to SREL and I believe was well understood by everyone, with the exception of Mr. Allison.
Notice went to them, though, on for the record, January 29th of '07. So the lab had to change its approach to funding everyone that everyone can agree was a clear message. But there's no message to the lab, not from Anderson, not from Allison, that the department was not interested in work from the lab until the spring of 2007, and there's no indication of any communication in any communication to the lab that headquarters was going to micromanage the site's relationship with SREL until January of '07, and that doesn't sound like 2 years' notice.
Mr. Lamson, I don't know that that there was ever a decision for headquarters to micromanage this contract. Maybe there was, and perhaps that's a better question to some of the subsequent DOE witnesses. But certainly, the secretary and I and those that we hold accountable at
Can you show that to me in writing? Where's the proof of that, of what you're stating right now?
I'm sorry. Where's the proof of?
Your statements and your secretary and the secretary's statements to SREL. You're saying that SREL knew what the deal was 2 years ago. Where's the proof of that?
I know that Mr. Anderson, who was sitting behind me and was then the acting head of environmental management, had a conversation with the director of SREL.
So the proof is in a conversation.
Well, I believe he will testify to that. I know that we also had conversations with members of the higher level leadership of the University of Georgia. There were also contemporaneous notes taken as reflected in a memorandum to the secretary.
What about with Mr. Allison?
Mr. Allison was not aware of it, to my knowledge. He has said that he wasn't, and I believe him. But I also believe Mr. Anderson, who I have great regard for, and is a very distinguished career civil servant of the Department of Energy. And when he tells me that he talked to the director of SREL in May of 2005 and made him explicitly aware of what the understanding was, I believe him.
My time has expired. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Sensenbrenner is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let me start out by alluding to what I said earlier on today, and that is that this committee has historically been very supportive of the business of competitive funding for research, whether it's in DOE, NSF, NASA, or any of the other agencies under our jurisdiction. And the same thing has been true for the Energy and Commerce Committee and the Agriculture Committee on agricultural grants and NIH grants. Why did SREL think that they could not survive in a competitive grant environment?
Mr. Sensenbrenner, I don't know that they did think that, and I just can't speak to that. Our belief and our hope was that they could survive, and that they could in fact thrive in a competitive environment.
Of course, it's always easier to back up to the pay window on the first day of the fiscal year without writing a grant application and competing against grant applications that are in the same area or under the same niche in the budget, whether it's in DOE or any other agency. Does DOE support any other labs non-competitively like they did with SREL?
I am sure that there are examples in our department's history that are comparable to SREL. And certainly some of our laboratories that are government-owned and operated by contractors are managed and structured in a different way. They are managed under a management and operating contract with an entity like the University of Chicago, where we do in fact carry all of the overhead and pay all of the salaries for the facility and then task the facility to do certain kinds of work. But I'm not aware of other outside entities at the Department of Energy where we contract for work, where we also just pay for all of their overhead and carrying costs.
Okay. has it been the policy of the department, at least as long as you've been there, to place emphasis on competitive grants rather than non-competitive grants?
Yes, sir.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Hall is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Sell, what role did you actually play in negotiating the cooperative agreement between University of Georgia and DOE?
I played no role in the negotiation of the agreement.
And what role did you play in the 2005 negotiation with Georgia and South Carolina congressional delegation?
Mr. Hall, I was not involved in those discussions.
Delegate
at all.
those things, don't you?
I tried to.
What role did you play in revising the cooperative agreement?
I was not involved in that.
And did you have any role in evaluating the projects proposed earlier in the year?
I was not involved in that, and quite frankly, I think it would be inappropriate for me to be involved.
Did you have any role in developing the criteria of the mission critical, quote and unquote, that SREL's task had to meet or that you requested that they meet? You didn't have anything to do with that.
I had no role in that, and that is something, quite frankly, I expect the program head and his team to be responsible for.
Does DOE have another lab at Savannah River site?
We do have another lab, the Savannah River National Laboratory, which is also on the Savannah River site.
That lab come from a lump sum grant or by task basis?
It is funded on a task-by-task basis from the Department of Energy and other federal and private entities.
Is the work competitively awarded?
My understanding and belief is that it is.
Treated same or similar to the instance we're in question here on?
Yes, sir.
Does that work have to align with program needs?
Certainly. It is the desire of the Department of Energy to only fund work that we actually need to carry out our missions.
Earlier this spring, program managers were tasked to evaluate work proposed by SREL to determine if they had a need for work. And soon thereafter, they were asked to determine if the task met a, quote, a mission critical need, unquote. What's your definition of a mission critical need?
I would, first as an operating principle, I would leave it to the program head to determine what is mission critical. But I do not, but work that is necessary to achieve elements of our mission, I would refer to as mission critical.
Who would know more about the issue in question here than you know then?
I think
anybody?
all of the people sitting behind me would know
Okay.
more about that.
And specifically, who at one time this was a zeroed out issue, was it not?
It was.
Who made that decision?
Well, ultimately, that was a decision made by the Department of Energy. At the time, we were led by a different secretary, and we're led by a different Assistant Secretary for Environmental Management. Ray Orbach, who was then head of the Office of Science, was there at the time, and he was certainly a party to that decision to zero out funding in fiscal year '06.
And who brought it to your attention?
This issue actually was not brought to my attention that I can recall.
Who was the first one to complain that they'd been zeroed out? As far as you know.
That was brought to the attention to the department by congressional delegations in South Carolina and Georgia.
And what were they told?
Originally, Secretary Bodman initially responded to the letters and explained that due to the tight funding constraints in the Office of Science and due to a decision to focus our basic science R&D work on the subsurface, on the movement of contaminants in the subsurface rather than on the surface, that we had made the difficult decision to terminate base funding for the Savannah River Ecology Lab in our fiscal year '06 budget proposal.
And you have that in writing somewhere in your files, do you not?
That was in writing. It's reflected in letters. I believe it is reflected in our original fiscal year '06 budget justification.
Then who, if anyone, came to the aid of SREL within the department?
Within the department, it was principally Assistant Secretary Jill Siegel, and then Acting Assistant Secretary Charlie Anderson of the Environmental Management. And of course, Secretary Bodman and I were new to the department. We had not been party to the development of the fiscal year '06 budget. They made the case that the work at Savannah River Ecology Lab was important, and that we should have a more measured withdrawal of the base funding from the laboratory. And they were the ones that took the leadership in negotiating an agreement which was acceptable to the University of Georgia and the Georgia and South Carolina delegations, which resulted in $4 million in base funding in '06, $1 million in '07, and the opportunity to earn additional amounts in all and future years.
And did you and Mr. Bodman both see that as an effort by Jill Siegel to support SREL?
Yes, we did.
And was she successful?
Well, I believe that she was successful. It was a workout that was, I think, good and appropriate for SREL, and also, quite frankly, for the Department of Energy.
So far as you know, did she have anything to do with zeroing them out?
I'm not aware that, I just don't know that she had anything to do with the decision in fiscal year '06 to zero the laboratory.
But you do know that she came to their aid and worked it through.
I do know that.
I'll yield back.
Mr. Hall yields back a negative of a little more than a minute.
I owe you some.
Well, you did. You had not exceeded your time by any more than I had.
Mr. Chairman, we fussed back and forth, but you've been very generous. I'm one of your fans.
All right, thank you. Mr. Inglis is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Sell, SREL does good work.
They do good work, particularly in the area of surface ecology.
And so their work is valuable, and there's no dispute about that.
The work is valuable, and we desire to have a continuing relationship where we continue to procure services from SREL.
How would that work, that you would procure those services?
Well, the way we contemplate it working is that SREL would make proposals for work to the department, and if the department determined them to be appropriate from a mission standpoint and from a merit standpoint, and that we had available funds, that the department would make the decision to procure that scientific work from SREL.
And I suppose your other agencies or labs available to you to go to for that work as well. In other words, SREL would have to compete with other potential providers.
They would conceivably have to compete with other providers, and there are other very good providers associated with the University of South Carolina, associated with the University of Georgia. There are private sector vendors of these services and other universities that could potentially do that, and laboratories. But the department has a high regard for the quality of work we've received over the years from SREL.
If this action by the department involves a different funding mechanism, basically they can no longer count on, SREL wouldn't be able to count on money at the beginning of the year.
It is our desire, and it is the agreement that we made, that beginning in fiscal year '08, there would be no base, automatic, non-competitive award of money to SREL. That going forward, all funds that go to SREL would be on a competitive basis.
Nearby, Savannah River National Lab operates. What kind of funding arrangement does it have?
Their funding arrangement, they receive no base funding from the department. It's all done on a task-by-task basis from the department, as well as other federal agencies and the private sector. And that is a model which has proven to be very successful. Savannah River National Lab has a budget in excess of $140 million of work now on an annual basis.
That they have gone out and won, basically. They bid for it or won. Somehow they've achieved that success.
They've won it based on their impressive R&D capabilities, and they have marketed those, and they've been rewarded.
And so once again, that number is 140 million? 140
million,
and
thereabouts.
SREL's base amount that we're getting was?
SREL had historically been receiving, or in recent history, before fiscal year 06, about $8 million a year in base funding from the Department of Energy.
So I wonder, it may be hard, we're not here to talk about Savannah River National Lab, but I wonder how it's ramped up to 140. You have any idea how it's ramped up to 140 million? And in other words, did it start out at 140 million, or did it grow?
It is my belief, sir, that it has grown. If I could, we could provide the exact growth path to you for the record.
Yeah, I realize that's not the subject of the hearing, but it is an interesting comparison. These are two facilities fairly close by to each other. Same kind of people work at both of them, I would think, except that Savannah River National Lab, I suppose, has Department of Energy employees, I suppose, right? Or
it is actually operated by our site contractor. So they're actually contractor employees. But
yeah, so, but similar kinds of community, similar kinds of people, same proficiencies, experts in what they do. And so I guess I think it's just, it's interesting to note that two facilities close by, one growing without base funding, the other losing its base funding but being given the same opportunity. I'm almost out of time, but you want to comment on that?
It was certainly our hope and our expectation and our desire that SREL could follow a similar path that we had seen the Savannah River National Laboratory pursue with such success.
Thank you.
And that continues to be our desire.
Thank you. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Inglis, and the chair applauds the members more or less keeping to their time requirements, the time limits. Mr. Sell, you testified earlier that only Jeff Allison appears to have been out of the loop. Only Jeff Allison appears not to have understood the deal. That he said that he didn't understand that SREL would get no more than $1 million in base funding. Everything else would be based upon competition. He said he didn't know that. Nobody told him, and you believed him. Is that correct? Okay.
Yes, I should clarify. When I say Jeff Allison, I really, to be more accurate, it's really Jeff Allison and his team in the Savannah Riverside office, those that work for him.
Okay, but you said that SREL itself understood. Is that right?
That is my belief.
Okay, and so Dr. Bertsch is here today. This is the second time he's come. And I understand, based on his interviews with our staff, that he will testify that nobody told him either. Do you believe that Dr. Bertsch is not testifying truthfully, if that proves to be his testimony?
There is. I've reviewed the testimony as well, and there are obviously different recollections. But I will tell you, Mr. Chairman, that I hold Charlie Anderson in high regard, and he has told me that he had a conversation with the director of SREL, and I believe him.
Mr. Anderson has told you that?
Yes, he has.
My understanding is that he has told our staff in their interviews to prepare for this hearing that he does not recall telling me either Mr. Allison or Dr. Bertsch. Okay, well, excuse me, I'm corrected. He does not remember exactly when or exactly how. We've asked for...
And Mr. Chairman, if I may, the fact that the director knew the situation, I do believe, is reflected in the statement that he made in the University of Georgia press release in July of 2005. So this is early on, and if I may, I'd like to read his quote, where he said, quote, "If the federal grant must end, we are grateful that our congressional delegations have seen fit to give us a year to develop alternative funding sources." That's the director of SREL quoted in his own press release in July of 2005. over 2 years ago.
Okay, so you do contend today that if Dr. Bertsch sits at that chair and swears an oath to tell the truth and says that no one ever told him that that SREL going forward would receive no more than $1 million in base funding, and that all of the funding would come from competitive grants, he would not be testifying truthfully?
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to kindly resist the opportunity to sit in judgment on others' testimony. I only desire to tell you what my belief and my understanding is.
Okay. Mr. Sell, a lot of the work that SREL was doing before has been described already in your testimony and your answers to previous questions. They include research, supporting regulatory matters, including long-term environmental monitoring, education, outreach work, and helping with the stewardship of this site. What of that work is now being done by another laboratory based upon competition?
I do not know.
Is any of it being done by anyone else?
Mr. Chairman, I simply do not know. I tried to acquaint myself with the facts. My involvement in this, quite frankly, was very limited. But I wanted to represent the department well. I've tried to go back and review the facts so that I could speak to them. But on that particular question, I simply do not know. But I would be happy to provide that information.
Okay. Well, Mr. Sell, we have asked for a variety of documents. What sort of, when the department makes grants based upon competition, makes competitive grants, what sorts of documents does the department generate? It's not oral, is it?
Mr. Chairman, it is not my desire to be evasive on very sound questions. In my role at the Department of Energy, I oversee an enterprise of 120,000 people, and I have a number of, I have three programmatic undersecretaries that report to me, and they each have a number of assistant secretaries which run programs.
I understand.
And
Please
let him answer the question, Mr. Chairman.
I think that was a long way of saying I don't know, and it is kind of using up my time.
Okay.
Well, you can grant yourself more time.
Well, I may. Mr. Sell, it's a short answer, I don't know.
I do not know exactly what types of documents are produced in effort.
This committee, these two subcommittees have requested virtually all documents that have to do with the decision with respect to SREL. Have any documents been withheld based upon executive privilege, decisional process privilege, attorney-client privilege, doctor-patient privilege, priest-penitent privilege, any other privilege or any other basis? Has the department withheld any documents that were described by our requests?
I don't believe so. It has been my desire and the desire of our general counsel to be as responsive as we can possibly be. And I will tell you that over 100 individuals, employees of our department, have searched their email files and searched their files, and we've produced over 25,000 pages of documents on this issue. It is our desire to be completely open and responsive to this committee.
Well, and I will accept Mr. Hall's invitation to grant myself some additional time. If we do not have a document from the department showing competition for these functions that have been performed in the past by SREL, is it because such documents don't exist?
I don't know. I mean, we certainly want to provide you all of the documents.
Okay. And do you know if any of the work, again, I think I've asked you this before, but let me ask you it again, is the work previously done by SREL, research, supporting environmental, and supporting regulatory matters, long-term environmental monitoring, education, outreach, help with stewardship, are those being done by someone else?
I do not know.
Okay. All right, I will stop yielding myself such time as I may consume and recognize Mr. Lamson for his second round of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was referring earlier to, we were talking about a memo, May of 2005. I went and looked at the memo, and it doesn't indicate that headquarters personnel would manage this cooperative agreement. In fact, it actually states that the site personnel would do it. And it says in here, supporting, I'm quoting, I'm reading from it on the second page, supporting this agreement would only involve existing federal employees at SRS to administer the cooperative agreement. There would be no measurable additional costs. It doesn't say in here what you have been telling us that it would say, that they would that headquarters would be responsible, was aware and had sent notice, and they was trying to cancel it. What do we interpret from this?
Mr. Lamson, I just, there is, I think you're trying to ask me something. I just don't quite know how to respond to it.
Is there clear guidance on the part of the Secretary for this of this deal? Is there clear guidance to SREL?
Once again, I will tell you my understanding of what was contemplated by the Secretary is that SREL would receive $4 million of base funding in fiscal year '06, $1 million in base funding in fiscal year '07.
And we understand that, but there is
and
no
additional
indication.
money as the program found responsive and appropriate and meritorious, and to the extent they had funds available.
Okay, there's no mention of an agreement by anyone, Georgia, that the lab would become self-sustaining in 2 years. And what it does say in this same memo, where that we ask that you approve going forward if 3 conditions are met. 1, the University of Georgia lab operator must agree to the reduced level of funding and agree to not seek congressional earmarks in '06 and '07. The members from the South Carolina and Georgia congressional delegations would need to give their assurance that they would seek to have the language struck from the House Energy and Water Development Appropriations Bill that adds $5 million to the SC budget for SREL through the expiration of the current contract on June 30th of '06. And third, the congressional delegation would need to assure the department that they would not seek congressional earmarks in '06 and '07 for SREL. Again, there is not clear guidance, not a mention of these things that they would have to know in order to know what their future was going to be and how to operate. If you wanted them to make a transition, then they would have to have at least some indication that they were supposed to be transitioning from what they had been operating on. That's not in this memo, and there's not another document I've seen or that we know about that gives that clear direction. It is mentioned in letters dated in June of 2007 in response to some questions that we've asked. That you're saying that those things occurred, but there's no proof of it. So how are we to understand what was going on then as compared to what somebody says they think was happening now?
Mr. Lamson, you have my testimony, and you will soon have the testimony of my colleagues. You have our statements of what we believe was agreed to in May of 2005. You have the contemporaneous statement of the director of SREL in July of 2005, where he says, if the federal grant must end, we are grateful that our congressional delegations have seen fit to give us a year to develop alternative funding sources. You have all that agreement memorialized in the December 2006 cooperative agreement. I said at the outset, I do not want to suggest that we've been perfect. I do not want to suggest that we couldn't have handled this better. But that is, I believe, the evidence of the agreement that was made in May of 2005.
Were they not going to, what their direction was to move from $8 million to $4 million and find the difference in that?
I'm sorry?
The budget? Could it mean that Dr. Bertsch was going to try to find the difference between the $8 million and the $4 million?
To the extent that the lab would need additional base funding, it was our belief that that would either come from the University of Georgia or other sources outside the Department of Energy.
And they were given notice, clear notice, and a year to make that transition to come up with the money.
Mr. Lampson, I believe that they were given clear notice in 2 years.
Okay, I yield back my time, but we will try to continue this in a minute.
Chair recognizes Mr. Sensenbrenner for 5 minutes.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let me say that this entire testimony shows how difficult it is to wean entities from guaranteed funding, whether it's called non-competitive grants in the executive branch or earmarks here in the legislative branch. There's no question in my mind that SREL has done good work. But it seems to me that they ought to be on the same equal playing field as others who have done good work in determining where the money for each of the ensuing fiscal year goes. And if their application is better than somebody else's, then they get funded. And if it isn't, then they don't. It seems to me that if we want to get better science out of the research dollars that the Congress appropriates, the competitive system is best. And that means that we need to get away from guaranteed funding sources, whether they be through congressional earmarks or bureaucratic decisions. I yield the balance of my time to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Hall.
Here, well,
yes, agreeable. Let me ask you, you have testified and quoted an article from the University of Georgia Faculty and Staff newspaper. That's their Office of Public Affairs, and it's called Columns, right?
That's correct.
And the date of that was July 11th, 2005.
Yes, sir.
And you quoted in part, and let me ask you if this was the lead-in from, and I will read it to you, and if you'll follow me with what you have there. Quote on page 2, quote, from its inception, SREL has been a UGA research unit recognized for the effectiveness in conducting independent research on the impacts of Savannah River site operations, unquote, says Paul M. Bertsch, SREL director. Again, quote, it has been an independent and credible source of information on environmental issues relating to nuclear materials production and processing, and is known worldwide as a leading ecological environmental laboratory. And this again, Mr. Bertsch saying this on that date, on July the 11th, 2005, quote, we are so sorry to see these fine staff members lose their positions, but if the federal grant must end, we're grateful that our congressional delegations have seen fit to give us a year to develop alternative funding sources. Those are Mr. Bertsch's words, aren't they?
Those are his
quoted
words.
in their own newspaper, in their own press release.
Yes, sir.
I yield back.
Mr. Hall, you have just yielded back Mr. Sensenbrenner's time, and now you're entitled to 5 minutes of your own. Do you wish to use them?
Well, let me think about that just a minute, see if I've got anything else I can read to you here. I think he's done a very good job of answering most of the questions, and you've been generous with your time. I'll yield back to you.
Mr. Inglis, he didn't yield to you, so you just get 5 minutes.
And Mr. Chairman, I don't know if do we intend to have another round, or are you?
Yes, we do.
I really have.
But that time is gone forever.
I really have no further questions. I think it's getting pretty clear here. But if Ms. Saul, if there's anything that's come up so far that you'd like to elaborate on, maybe I'll ask you an open-ended question, see if you want to add anything at this point.
Thank you, sir. But I will try to stand by what I've said.
Yeah, I think I say it's getting pretty clear where we are here. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I now yield to myself 5 minutes for a third round of questioning. Dr. Sell, again, we don't...
Mr. Sell,
sorry.
I don't belong in such distinguished company.
I understand that supposedly there was to be competition, but from what your testimony, there's no evidence of competition for any of the tasks that were performed by SREL, all of which seem to have been accepted by the department. Environmental characterization, ecological risk and effects, remediation, restoration, external grants and contracts. Well, that's a separate source of funding. Infrastructure, administrative support. Environmental characterization, this is task funding. Environmental characterization, ecological risk and effects, remediation and restoration. Has there been any request for competition for these tasks that SREL contemplated would be subject to task funding on a competitive basis?
But, Mr. Chairman, I'll say...
Well, is there somebody else who might testify later that I should ask these questions?
I believe that there is. I'll tell you again that I have looked at this, and I have made myself comfortable that the process that was run by Assistant Secretary Jim Rispoli and his team was appropriate. And I'm comfortable with the decisions that they came to. As to exactly how and why they came to the particular programmatic funding decisions, I'm not the best one to speak to that, and I would ask that you allow the subsequent departmental witnesses to testify to that.
I look forward to that with eager anticipation, Mr. Sell. Do you know if the department ever considered if SREL ceased to exist at that site, what the costs would be of doing environmental characterization, ecological risk and effects, remediation and restoration, the work that had previously been done by SREL?
I think good management would require any manager to contemplate what a future without SREL would look like. It is our hope that that doesn't come to fruition, but I assume that our folks have thought about that and have made judgments about where else they could get the services that they need in order to carry out their mission.
Well, has there been a cost-benefit analysis of the consequences of SREL closing?
I do not know.
But if there was a cost-benefit analysis, would it be the practice of a $23 billion department to have that in writing in some way?
Well, if this year our experts, and these are folks that know what they're doing,
right.
Many of them career employees of our department who are, I have a lot of confidence in. And over the course of this past year, they determined that $1.2 million of work, in addition to the base funding, is what they wanted from SREL. And I would argue, and I believe, that paying $1.2 million for $1.2 million worth of work is better than paying $8 million. Or $4 million for $1.2 million worth of work.
Unless the lab that's doing it ceases to exist because it can't exist on $2.2 million.
But Mr. Chairman, SREL is an outstanding institution, and they've done a lot of good work for us. But I think it would be a mistake for the committee to come to the conclusion that they represent some unique capability that is not resident at the Ecology Department at the University of Georgia, that is not resident at Lawrence Berkeley National Lab, that is not resident at the University of Tennessee or the University of South Carolina or other entities.
Mr. Sell, have any of those other entities been invited to compete for the work done by SREL? Is there a document that shows that?
I do not know.
Would there be documents? Is the Department of Energy, a $23 billion department, does it decide these things by a couple guys in an office talking? Or do you put it in writing?
Once again, the exact manner that these competitions take place, it is not my belief that it is two folks sitting in an office talking.
Okay.
But the exact details and documentation associated with that, there are others that know far more about that than I, and I just don't want to misspeak about what I don't know.
Okay, well, is there somebody who will testify later today who can tell us about what documents exist within the department and what documents the department has produced because we don't have any documents that shows a cost-benefit analysis of SREL seeking to exist. We don't have any documents at all that suggest that the work previously done by SREL, environmental characterization, ecological risk and effects, remediation, restoration, that any of those have been presented for competition by other entities. What am I getting wrong if I assume from that fact that we have no documentation, having asked for it and been assured that we've been given every document that is responsive to our request? What is wrong with my assumption is because such documents do not exist, because, in fact, there has been no competition, and there has been no cost-benefit analysis.
Mr. Miller, I hope you assume from that, based on the cooperative agreement that was signed by the relevant parties in December 2006, that the Department of Energy would provide additional funding to the Savannah River Ecology Lab based on need, based on the merit of the proposals, and based on the availability of funding. And that would be a determination made by the Department of Energy based on what they believe to be, the experts at the Department of Energy, based on what those experts believe to be mission critical. That is what is contemplated in the cooperative agreement, and I believe that our team at the department has complied with that agreement and has kept its commitment and has done it in a good faith manner.
And the December 2006 agreement does not delineate, does not list the work to be done by SREL, does it? Does it list all of these? Okay. Does it list specifically?
A dangerous question for me to not answer directly, since I did ask that you put the agreement into the record, but I will admit, Mr. Chairman, I did not read the full text of the cooperative agreement, but if it's in there, the evidence will show what is in the cooperative agreement.
The chair yields back. Well, excuse me, the chair has exceeded his time. Mr. Lamson's right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If there's no one at the lab, it'd be hard for them to apply for those grants. We'll get into that maybe. I know you're familiar with the department's strategic plan. Strategic theme number 4 in the plan is environmental responsibility. Goal 4.2, managing the legacy, lists 5 strategies to achieve this goal. The first strategy is to protect human health and the environment through surveillance and maintenance activities that verify workable environmental remedies. We had 2 witnesses at our last hearing, and one here today, who told our subcommittees that these activities are part of SREL's work, and that SREL has played an important role in verifying the safety of the site. SREL reviews and contributes to the long-term monitoring and protection of the site, and their work has enabled the site to choose less expensive and destructive cleanup remedies. Second strategy is to preserve, protect, and ensure accessibility of legacy records and information associated with current and historical site and facility operations. Well, SREL has monitored and maintained records of animals, plants, and ecosystems on this site for decades since it was constructed. It doesn't appear that defunding the lab will protect the valuable legacy records and information about the site. The third strategy is to optimally reuse lands, ensuring that human health and the environment are protected and that regulators and the community are involved. Mr. Sell, people from the local community and from the broader scientific community have contacted our committee. The local Citizens Advisory Board has contacted the site and your department, and they want this lab funded and working on this site. Your department has ignored their wishes and basically shut them out of this decision. I don't call that involving the community. So I don't see how the department can claim SREL is not a good investment or that its work is not in line with the department's missions or its strategic goals. Can you explain to the committee why funding this lab is not appropriate? And second, these are your department's goals and strategies, right?
I believe those are our department's goals and strategies. If I may respond to a number of your question was long and you said a number of things. One of them that we ignore the wishes of our local communities and our citizen advisory board, and we do not ignore their wishes.
Are you granting their wish
Well,
to...
Mr. Lamson, there's just because you don't ignore doesn't mean you grant every wish that is out there. And I can guarantee you that our citizens advisory boards around every one of our sites around the complex have many, many wishes that we simply don't have the funds to accommodate. And it requires tough management choices. And there are entities in each of your congressional districts.
Aren't the funds available for this? You have the funds for this. You're choosing not to use them.
We are choosing to put our funds. The department has, the environmental management has over $6 billion in funds, and we are choosing, let me be very clear, to put dollars on higher priority items.
Against the wishes of that community, and that was what my question was.
Can I finish answering
Sure.
the question? There are entities that come to us as they come to you and say, we have services that are perfectly in line with the Department of Energy's mission, and give us money. We have thousands of such requests that come to us, and we have to evaluate all of those. And what we try to do, if we are good managers, what we succeed in doing is we make a judgment. Do we need this? Is their proposal meritorious? Do we have funds available? The Savannah River area citizens have asked us to increase money for cleanup. They've asked us to bring new missions there. They've asked us to do a number of things. And we take those concerns and those requests very seriously, because the Savannah River site community, Aiken, South Carolina, North Augusta, Georgia, and the surrounding areas, we consider to be an important partner and a great enabler for us to carry out our mission. But we have to deal honestly with them, and we have to deal fairly with them. And we do not have enough resources to do every single thing that they want. And so we have to set priorities, and we seek to make the difficult decisions that allow us to fund those
Do
priorities.
you know where those $4 million will be placed in the department, how they will be used?
We will spend $1.2 billion roughly on cleanup activities at the Savannah River site. And I'm sure we can provide, I can't recite to you exactly how every dollar will be spent, but that is information we're more than happy to provide to the committee.
Okay, of the $1.2 billion or $4 million is not a huge amount to meet the strategy that you put forth and the goals that you and the community wanted to accomplish.
Mr. Allison, I believe it is a huge amount. It is a huge amount, particularly if there are other more important needs that would go unfunded if we did that.
I was going to give you an example of what is fire suppression, for example, a more important priority than those that I listed in this explanation.
Mr. Lamson, I cannot make that judgment.
Okay.
I leave it to our program officers and our experts to make the judgments on what are the appropriate priorities given the overall guidance, budgetary guidance provided by the Secretary. And they made this judgment.
Mr. Spoley didn't know about that fire needs, apparently, and maybe there are others that are... It's a site decision. Let me yield back my time at this point.
And the amount of time being yielded back is negative 1 minute 30. Mr. Hall for 5 minutes.
Mr. Sale, thank you for your testimony, and you've almost told us exactly how you come to these decisions. You call these people, you have people that you have great respect for, that you've gathered around you. You have the long-time men and women who are professional members of the Department of Energy and been there many years. You call on there, and as you said, you get to the end and we make a judgment. That was your testimony, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
And in 2005, the Office of Science had done that and made a judgment, and they made the judgment to cut the funding for the lab after they were faced with some different and very difficult budget choices, other than the choices of selecting this lab. somebody made the decision to cut it.
That's correct.
And that, you didn't make that decision, did you?
I was not a part of the Department of Energy at that time.
And after learning that SREL funded for FY06 had been zeroed out, isn't it a fact that Charlie Anderson, he's going to testify here in a little bit, took it upon himself and Jill Siegel to secure enough short-term funding to keep this good lab open, that they urged that upon Mr. Bodman. You have that knowledge, don't you?
They did make that recommendation to Secretary Bodman, and he accepted it.
They make it in writing. The chairman is logically a great searcher for something in writing. Is there something in writing between them to Mr. Bodman? Did they have to submit him an email or whatever you guys do over there?
There is an internal memorandum, which I believe has been made to the committee, reflecting their recommendation.
All right, and I guess if they didn't have it, they'd be seeing something right now, so they probably have it. But they submitted that to you or to someone else to go back to
Mr. Hall, would you
Bodman.
yield just 1 second?
Go back. I will in a minute.
Okay.
To Mr. Bodman and urge him to keep the lab open to the tune of $4.3 million for FY06 and $1 million for FY07. And Mr. Bodman apparently was swayed by these two and others under them, because he did agree to it.
He did agree to it.
And while these figures were below prior funding level, the starting point was a zero because they'd been cut out. So these folks went with what they could get, got the most they could get to get this funding to going. Now, the starting point was zero, and all of the interested parties, DOE, SREL, UGA, and the Georgia and South Carolina delegations agreed to them.
That is my belief.
And don't you find it difficult to believe that the director of SREL didn't know about that?
I believe that he did know about it.
And I think then it's clearly their hope that this additional time would give them time to seek outside funding to where they could become independent, and that was your hope.
It was certainly our hope, and it continues to be.
I really thank you, and I now yield to you, Mr.
Just wanted
Don't
to...
ask me anything,
No, I'm not going to ask you anything. I just wanted, you referred to the memo. You said we would be bringing it up if we had it. This is the memo. I was quoting from it earlier, and it does not have any mention of those things in this memorandum of May 20th, 2005. I yield back.
Well, let me give you one because I sure want you to have it. I'll give you the only copy I've got of it, of the July 11th, 2005 columns, University of Georgia faculty and staff newspaper that quoted. Are we not talking about the same thing?
But that's a DOE document, right? Newsletter?
You don't have the document where requested by Jill Siegel and Charlie Anderson doing the background, asking the secretary, that's dated, let me see.
The May 20th, the May 20th
2005.
memo? That's this memo right here that I've been quoting from. There is no mention of these things in that 3-page document.
It is my fervent hope that we could get in Mr. Inglis's round of questioning, and then we could excuse Mr. Sell.
I yield.
And everybody has yielded back.
Yeah, I'm through.
All right, Mr. Inglis, for 5 minutes, and you don't feel like you need to use it all.
Just very quickly, it's interesting to note here that the chairman asked a number of questions about the cost-benefit analysis, and whether it be in writing and things like that, and that's somewhat understandable because we're a government. It strikes me as not the way the private sector acts, and we're always trying to figure out a way to run government more like a business. I can't imagine many businesses sitting around and documenting in study after study a cost-benefit analysis about whether they can go get some service provided more efficiently somewhere else and not see the need to just not take the time to work up a written cost-benefit analysis. It's just really interesting that we are here studying on that so much. It's because we're government, I guess, so we got to do that. But the private sector moves quickly, and they accomplish things quickly. We in government go so slowly because we're trying to document all those things. And the result is people get frustrated with us. And so here we have before us, Mr. Chairman, both chairmen, some folks have moved with some relative speed for government, and now they're hauled before committees to explain themselves, and it's just really should be a real picture to us about why it is that government is inefficient and the private sector is so much more efficient. And when somebody tries to bring those principles to government, well, they get whacked. And so that's sort of the way it goes, I suppose. But also, it's interesting. I think I've got the theory, though, of the two chairmen on the other side, and that is that maybe this work isn't being done now. I think that's the theory. I've finally hit upon what I think is the reason we've spent all morning here, we can spend the rest of the afternoon here. And that is, they think that the work just isn't being done, and some sinister people in the Bush administration are trying to stop the work from being done, the environmental work. You want to comment on that?
I believe that, my colleague sitting behind me can speak more eloquently.
Members are trickling in, so we can begin again if we're ever going to get through this hearing. We will now begin our second panel, and I would like to introduce our second panel. We welcome the distinguished Georgia Power Professor of Environmental and Soil Chemistry at the University of Georgia and the former director of the Savannah River Ecology Lab, SREL, Dr. Paul Bertsch. He is distinguished researcher, administrator, and the subcommittee is honored to have him with us. Our second witness is Ms. Karen Patterson, chair of the Citizens Advisory Board for the Savannah River site. Ms. Patterson will discuss the board's activities as they relate to the funding of SREL and the board's review of the role of SREL on the Savannah site. Our witnesses should know we limit testimony, or we encourage witnesses to limit their testimony to 5 minutes, after which the members of the committee will have 5 minutes each, also sometimes observing the breach. Questions. It is our practice to put witnesses under oath. Do either of you have an objection to being sworn in? You also have a right to be represented by counsel. Do you have counsel with you? If you'd raise your right hand, do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Dr. Bertsch, you may begin.
Thank you, Chairman Miller, Ranking Member Sensenbrenner, and subcommittee members. I would like to thank each of you for your dedication and commitment to the U.S. science enterprise. I know that you are well aware that scientific discovery spawns technological innovation, which is the engine driving the U.S. economy, as well as leading to the advances in the quality of life of all Americans. I wish I were here this afternoon to speak with you about remarkable scientific achievements at the Savannah River Ecology Laboratory, how these result in significant savings of taxpayers' dollars, as well as ensuring the quality of life for Georgians and South Carolinians. Instead, I have been asked to provide you with background and facts supported by written documents that led to the loss of DOE funding for SREL. These facts are in direct conflict with what has appeared in letters from DOE officials to Chairman Miller and Chairman Lamson, and in statements by DOE spokespersons to the media. My written testimony details the events leading up to the funding impasse and provides the documentation to support the written testimony. I'd like each of you to examine this testimony. Bottom line is, as a result of unusual and extraordinary actions on the part of DOE headquarters personnel, about a third of all SREL employees received termination letters at the end of June. Many other separations will occur in the upcoming months. In the absence of funding from the Department of Energy, it is likely that the Savannah River Ecology Laboratory will be closed, as indicated in a recent letter from President Michael Adams of the University of Georgia to Secretary Bodman. Thus, a unique 56-year-old laboratory with a long institutional memory about the SRS and its operations and impacts, and a lab that plays an important role in generating information needed for human and ecological risk assessments, for the development and implementation of novel remediation strategies, and for ensuring the long-term stewardship of the 310 square mile SRS reservation will be lost. While the human cost associated with involuntary separation of employees is always difficult, it is particularly tragic in this instance. SREL employees are extremely dedicated individuals who are committed to their important work. Some SREL employees who are terminated continue to complete their research and organize their data, so will not be lost forever. The SREL support staff is equally dedicated, as they feel directly connected to the important work conducted by SREL researchers and are proud that they enable the internationally acclaimed research accomplishments of their colleagues. Closure of the Savannah River Ecology Laboratory will be felt by the Savannah River site, as DOE program managers, contractors, and regulators have relied on SREL's data for decades. This unfortunate and totally preventable event is especially troublesome to the general public in the central Savannah River area, as well as those living in downriver communities, who have come to rely on the open and independent evaluation of the impacts of SRS operations on the overall environment. This looms especially large as the SRS enters a new phase of plutonium processing for disposition of excess stockpiles, while at the same time planning to emplace significant quantities of reclassified high-level radioactive waste. Finally, as the status of Yucca Mountain continues to be uncertain, vitrified high-level waste being generated at the SRS appears destined to remain stored on the SRS well into the future. The events described and documented in my detailed written testimony reveal contradictory direction on the part of DOE headquarters personnel, leading to the funding impasse of the SREL cooperative agreement. Mr. Jeffrey Allison, the SRS site manager, was clearly charged in a 2005 June memo from Mr. Charles Anderson to work with me and my staff to define the scope for a new cooperative agreement. Until May 7th of this year, Dr. Carl Strojan, then SREL Associate Director, and I were consistently told by the SRS management and program staff that SREL's work was important, that there was a need for the work, and that there was sufficient funding to support the work. In my 23 years at SREL, all cooperative agreements and contracts have been developed with the SRS site manager and program staff, and there has never been involvement from DOE headquarters of this magnitude. In fact, Article 29 of the cooperative agreement states, evaluation, analysis, assistance, and approval required by this agreement shall be accomplished at the DOE's Savannah River Operations Office. These facts, along with DOE regulations that allow the manager to authorize procurement contracts up to $5 million without review, as well as the obvious fact that SRS program personnel are in the best position to understand site needs, led me to believe that SRS management and program personnel were responsible for deciding what should be funded and at what appropriate level. Finally, even if one were to condone DOE headquarters' role in developing and controlling a task funding process and making decisions on tasks as small as $30,000, any reasonable individual believe that a process whereby the outcome is revealed 7 months into the fiscal year is fair or makes good business sense? Cooperative agreements, which are different from contracts in that there is a public purpose for the proposed work, function through cooperation of the parties entering into the agreement. A very productive DOE-UGA partnership has functioned as a result of mutual respect and trust. Recent actions by individuals in DOE headquarters surrounding the execution of the SREL cooperative agreement, or lack thereof, have undermined this long-standing and productive relationship. Mr. Chairman, I see that my time has expired. I thank you for this opportunity to testify before this joint hearing, and I look forward.
Thank you for saying that your time was expiring, or had expired. Ms. Patterson is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Miller. Excuse me. Hear me?
Pull it closer to your mouth. That might work.
Gotcha. Thank you for inviting me to speak on behalf of SREL. My name is Karen Patterson, and I live in Aiken, South Carolina. Many years ago, I was a technician and graduate student at the Savannah River Ecology Laboratory. Not quite so many years ago, I was a technical support service contractor to DOE Savannah River. I am the current chair of the Savannah Riverside Citizens Advisory Board, known at the SRS as the CAB. We are the group that Chairman Lampson mentioned in his opening remarks 2 weeks ago as being enthusiastically supportive of SREL, and indeed we are. I hope my testimony will convey to you how valuable a resource the public considers SREL to be. My written testimony discusses 3 areas, but I will limit my comments to 2: the value of SREL to the local communities and to the country. Last November, the CAB submitted recommendation number 240 to DOE, which described SREL as a national treasure. My remarks are based on that assessment. The most common reason one hears for maintaining SREL is that it provides credible support for DOE's assertions. The CAB is sometimes cynical of DOE's pronouncements that all is well. In our experience, those pronouncements sometimes minimize information that could lead one to a different conclusion or at least question the full measure of success. However, when SREL supports DOE, the CAB is confident that DOE is protecting the environment. The loss of SREL would hinder DOE's ability to convince the public that their own findings are true and accurate. SREL has cataloged vast amounts of long-term research results. Ecological processes occur on a time scale not conducive to short-term study. SREL's long-term databases provide insights into ecological trends that it would be impossible to identify otherwise. Maintaining massive databases is expensive. If SREL closes, it is not clear that funds to maintain such databases would be available. With the loss of the databases, 50 years of information on ecological processes would be lost. I believe that nuclear power is safe, but my confidence is not shared by everyone. With our need to rely on nuclear energy as a source of electricity, it is imperative that public understanding increase. As the Department of Energy, DOE should appreciate the positive PR that SREL provides for a potentially controversial source of electricity. SREL has trained generations of scientists who have gone on to train additional generations of scientists, a legacy of education that should not be taken lightly. Not all of SREL's graduate students went on to distinguished careers in academia. Many work in state and national regulatory agencies, run research programs for industry or conservation nonprofits, teach science in middle and high schools, provide legal or technical consultation to environmentally sensitive clients, draft environmental protection legislation, write books, and generally advocate for the environment. This contribution to our country should not be dismissed as inconsequential. SREL's outreach programs have turned tens of thousands of young people onto the fun and excitement of science and the environment. At a time when we as a nation recognize the vital importance of educating our youth in science and math in order to compete in a global economy, the loss of SREL is an incremental step backwards. SREL is recognized internationally for the support it provides scholars and students from other countries. One can consider SREL scientists to be de facto goodwill ambassadors for the United States. At a time when we need to repair our image abroad, SREL advances international scientific support and cooperation. Finally, consider that perhaps the real legacy of SRS is not the production of plutonium and tritium, or the vitrification of high-level waste, or the cleanup of contaminated sites, but the body of ecological knowledge that SREL has amassed in more than half a century of research. Ultimately, that knowledge may prove to be the greatest worth and value to the country. In conclusion, I'd like to put the takeaway from my testimony into the parlance of a MasterCard commercial. Cost of SREL to DOE, $4.5 million. Value of SREL to local communities, DOE, and the nation, priceless. There is no logical explanation for DOE's decision to eliminate funding for SREL. I'm sure the committee has read the letters, editorials, and articles in our local papers and the popular science magazines regarding SREL's demise. No informed member of the public supports SREL's closure. The CAB certainly does not support it. I urge Congress to do the right thing, restore funding for FY08, and find a way to ensure that SREL's future does not rest on the whims of DOE leadership. Thank you again for inviting me to speak to the committee. I very much appreciate your efforts on behalf of SREL and the American public whose interests are best served by ensuring the lab's continued service to the nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Patterson. We'll now have a first round of questioning, and I recognize myself for 5 minutes. Dr. Bertsch, Mr. Anderson will testify later. I understand that I did not characterize exactly correctly in questioning Mr. SREL, but Mr. Anderson told our staff he was adamant that he did, that you knew. He doesn't remember the conversation. He doesn't remember what he said and what you said. He doesn't remember, where you all were, whether it was by telephone or in person. But he was sure that he had conveyed to you and that you knew the deal that SREL would have to get by with dramatically less funding from DOE, and that SREL would have to be self-sufficient by fiscal year 2000. Did Mr. Anderson never tell you that?
I certainly knew that we were going to be operating on some reduced funding level as we went forward. The exact amount wasn't determined until much later relative to our conversations. In terms of being self-sufficient, I really don't understand what that means. We're actually physically located on the Savannah River site, and our mission has been focused on Savannah River site research.
Did he ever tell you whether or not he explained what that meant, that you would have to be self-sufficient by 2007?
I don't ever recall the self-sufficiency terminology actually ever coming up.
Doesn't that seem like something you'd remember?
It certainly would. And I should also say that the only data that exists is my business plan that was put together, which laid out very specifically where the funding elements would come from.
Now, in meeting with our staff, Mr. Anderson suggested that you had played Mr. Allison for a chump, that you knew what the deal was, and you realized that he didn't know what the deal was. You negotiated this 4-year, $20 million agreement. This is a $1.2 billion a year site. I would assume that whoever the Department of Energy put in charge of that site would be a pretty savvy guy. Did you play Mr. Allison for a chump?
Mr. Chairman, certainly not. Again, if you look at the business plan that I was asked to put together, the funding level that was in that business plan was between $2 and $3.5 million for funding at the Savannah River site for projects to be conducted at the Savannah River site. Many elements of my business plan showed up in the memo, the June 2005 memo, verbatim to Mr. Allison. And Mr. Allison and I then began in August of 2005 negotiating in good faith in terms of generating the terms and scope of the new cooperative agreement.
Mr. Sell made a great deal out of a quote in a newsletter, a July 2005 newsletter. Could you explain what you meant by that quote, what the context was? Did you say that?
Sure, Mr. Chairman. Yes, that is a quote. The context is that we had just been at a budget reduction of about 50%. I had to reduce the staff at the Savannah River Ecology Laboratory by over a third. We lost almost half of our faculty. And I was asked to put together a transition reconfiguration plan. And as you can imagine, it was a very painful and difficult and challenging process. And the context was that, yes, we weren't zeroed out. We were still in business. And yes, I had to go forward, at least in fiscal year 06, with half the budget I had in fiscal year 05. At the same time, I was encouraged by the fact that the memo from Mr. Anderson to Mr. Allison did, in fact, include the elements of my business plan. But I had not yet, at that time when I made that quote, entered into discussions with Mr. Allison. So it was unclear to me what the future was going to be at that time.
Dr. Bertsch, were you ever asked to submit anything to compete for any of the work that SREL had done? Do you call it SREL? That's what our staff's been calling it.
We actually call it SREL, and I suspect that's because it's been around since 1951. If it was more recent, I'm sure we would call it SREL, like everybody else does.
Okay. I assure you the military would call it SREL. Were you ever asked to compete for any of the work that had previously been done by SREL? Were you ever given any criteria for competition? Were you ever asked to submit any documents? Were you ever asked to compete in any way for the work that you had done in the past?
At the Savannah River site?
Yes, sir.
No, Mr. Chairman, but the notion that this was non-competitive is really not one that we control. Our cooperative agreement was renewed every 5 years, like many cooperative agreements are, like other centers, for example, in other agencies. And the Department of Energy could have chosen to complete that cooperative agreement at any time. The fact that they didn't, we could explore reasons why I think they chose to sole source it, but no, we were never asked to.
Okay. Would you have liked your chances?
Well, in terms of the specific funding elements that were in question in terms of the budget cuts this year, absolutely. We would have liked to have had a peer review.
No. Would you have liked if you had been asked to compete to do environmental characterization at the site, ecological risk and effects, remediation and restoration, would you have liked your chances pretty well?
Oh, yes, very much so.
Okay. Mr. Sell named, and I slightly exceeded my time. Mr. Sell mentioned several other entities that were competent to do the same work. Are you aware that they've been asked to compete for that work or submit proposals to do the work that SREL has done in the past?
No.
Are you aware that anybody else is doing the work that SREL has done in the past?
No.
But so far as you know, it's going undone.
That's correct.
You did not lose a competition for that work. It is simply not being done.
That's correct.
I have exceeded my time. The chair now recognizes Mr. Sensenbrenner.
I've been sitting through this hearing and then the previous hearing, and it appears to me that some folks have been playing a game of chicken on funding. And I want to find out why that's the case. Dr. Bertsch, several times in your testimony you state that it was your understanding that DOE funding levels for SREL for fiscal year 06 were not going to continue into fiscal year 07 and beyond. And I quote from page 4, we also discussed the funding level needed to keep SREL viable. I was asked what my understanding was of the Office of Science's funding for fiscal 07 would be. That is, was the $1 million recurring? I answered that I was sure it was not. And while we could continue to pursue grants from the Office of Science, we could not expect future funding for the SREL program. Unquote. Later on, you explained that during a March 2006 budget meeting, there was confusion over DOE funding levels for fiscal 07, and when someone stated their belief that DOE would be providing SREL $3 million for fiscal 07, you felt that this was inconsistent with previous discussions. Based on those previous discussions, what was your understanding of SREL funding from the DOE for fiscal 07?
Congressman, the context with which the first quote was taken was my initial meeting with Mr. Allison to execute the guidance that we had gotten from Mr. Charlie Anderson. The discussion revolved around what would it take to keep us a viable lab. And again, in the context that we had just gone through a 50% reduction in our budget and lost a third of our research and support staff. The question arose in that discussion if it was my understanding that science would provide $1 million recurring, or if Savannah Riverside would have to come up with $4 million to keep us viable.
Okay, so from what you just stated, you knew that there was not a commitment that the Office of Science would continue the $1 million past fiscal 07. Am I correct in that assumption?
Well, certainly from the guidance letter, it was never stated explicitly in the guidance letter that Mr. Allison received from Mr. Anderson. And so when I was asked that question, I felt certain that we were now moving under environmental management 100% in terms of our funding. So we're being moved back under the Savannah Oversight umbrella.
Now, also on page 4 of your testimony, you say, quote, I also mentioned that UGA would be reducing its additional investment of state funding beginning July 1st, 2007, unquote. If this lab was so valuable to the University of Georgia and to the area, why was the state cutting its funding as well?
Congressman, the university invested additional funds in SREL to get us through the transition period. And that commitment was made for one Georgia fiscal year. And so it was clear that that funding would go away beginning this past July, that additional investment. So they, in essence, had doubled their investment in terms of the money that the state was putting in to help us through the transition period.
So you recognized that there was a transition. You went to the University of Georgia and the Georgia legislature and asked for some money to tide you over, recognizing that that was non-recurring, without having any future commitment of funds from the Office of Science. Am I correct in that?
That's correct.
Hey, so we are playing a game of chicken here. You know, and it seems, you know, I get back to the business of saying that we shouldn't have non-competitive guaranteed funding. One of the first things that I did in the Science Committee when I got on it in the early 80s was work with then Chairman Don Fuqua to make fungible a lot of the DOE grants so that we wouldn't have specific line items for various types of energy research. And the first steps on that were taken bipartisanly and cooperatively in the early 80s. And then during my chairmanship of the Science Committee, we were able to complete the loop on a complete bipartisan basis with the support of the Clinton administration. It seems to me that somebody down there hasn't gotten the message, and maybe we ought to find out who. My time's up.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hall for 5 minutes.
Dr. Bertsch, in a document that you claim to have given to DOE's Office of Congressional and Intergovernmental Affairs, you state that SREL or SREL or whatever you want to call them is going to have to broaden its funding base, right? And did you do that?
Oh, yes, we did.
Were you successful in broadening the base?
Yes, we were, Congressman.
And how successful were you?
When I became director, we were bringing in about $500,000 a year in external funds, that is external to the Department of Energy. The year that we were zeroed out, we were right around $1.25 million. This past year, the Georgia fiscal year that just ended, we were at $2.5 million. And I should say that the increase in that outside funding occurred on top of a reconfiguration of the laboratory and loss of almost half of the faculty. The target that I had put in that business plan / funding portfolio that came out of our May 11th meeting had a target between $2 and $3 million.
How did you do on competitive grants?
The $2.5 million is competitive grants. We currently have about $5.25 million of active grants. $2.5 million is actually what came into the to SREL in the past.
What year did that $2.5 million come in?
In Georgia fiscal year 07. Just ended June 30th.
And also, as you, pardon your written testimony on May the 11th, you talked about meeting your stated belief that the Savannah River site would fund $2 to $3.5 million per year in SREL products. Contention that Jill Siegel actually challenged, didn't she? She didn't agree with you on that.
That's my recollection.
Is that correct?
That's my recollection. She said that's perhaps not what she had heard, is that you were valued to that level.
And if she didn't believe that SRS valued SREL's work, why would she send a memo to the Secretary recommending additional funds for SREL?
Well, the remainder of that testimony suggests that I respectfully disagreed with Ms. Siegel at the time. I talked about how the Savannah Oversight valued SREL's work. I have long worked at the Savannah Oversight with the contractor as well as the DOE personnel.
You ever criticize Ms. Siegel's activity in conjunction with this loan, with this project?
Well, so what I'm saying is that...
I'm asking you
I'm
if
sorry.
you've ever criticized her work, her participation in the redirecting funds to SREL.
I certainly questioned why that was happening.
Were you critical of her?
I probably was critical of the activities,
Okay.
yeah.
And when did you know of her workout for SREL?
In
Of the workout that she negotiated for you?
Oh,
What date did you know of that?
When did I know of that?
Yes.
That would have been June of '05.
And when was the funding actually cut by the Department of Energy? You know that date?
The funding cut this year?
The funding cut that occasioned in '05.
Oh, well, the '05 would have been at the end of the '05 fiscal year, so the beginning of the '06 fiscal year was the cut in our funding.
Hmm? And what was the date of your new funding?
The funding resulting from,
Yes, from the 4 million plus to the 1 million plus for the next.
that would have been about October 1 of '06.
So you were familiar with all those dates?
Yes.
When did you first meet Jill Siegel?
At the May 11th meeting,
Of what year?
2005.
Had your funding been cut at that time?
The funding had been zeroed out in the President's request to Congress.
Beg your pardon?
The SREL funding had been zeroed out in the President's request to Congress.
And what did you do then? Did you request the Department of Energy to reconsider?
Yes, I did.
And were you assigned to Jill Siegel?
Well,
Did you work with Jill Siegel in her effort to reclaim funding for you?
I simply had that one meeting and then produced the business plan / funding portfolio document.
About what date was that?
The meeting was May 11th of 2005. I was asked to provide a 2-page document by the close of business the following day.
Was Ms. Siegel and Mr. Anderson helpful in reopening the negotiations, and were they successful in getting an offer that kept your operation open?
Absolutely.
My time's up. I'll get back to that. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now have a second round of questioning, and the chair now recognizes himself for 5 minutes. Dr. Bertsch, you mentioned the business plan that you prepared in May of 2005 at the request of Jill Siegel. I think that's the document that we have entitled Savannah River Ecology Laboratory, all long-term funding, and it sets forth proposed task funding of $2 million to $3.5 million for environmental characterization, ecological risk and effects, and remediation and restoration. Did you discuss those tasks, those fairly broad tasks, 3 categories of tasks, with Mr. Allison?
Yes, I did.
Did Mr. Allison or anyone else at the Department of Energy tell you that those tasks were not necessary?
No, they didn't.
Did they accept those tasks? Did they embrace those tasks as what SREL should be doing?
Yes, they did.
Did you, and are any of these tasks excluded from the December 2006 cooperative agreement? Or does the December 2006 cooperative agreement pretty much reflect those tasks as well, those categories of tasks?
Yes, the agreement still contains those tasks.
Okay. Did you at some point, whether with Mr. Allison or anyone else, try to make a more specific list of the tasks beyond these categories, the broader categories?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we generate research plans on an annual basis.
Okay.
So this is a fairly detailed document in terms of what tasks would be performed for the $4 million of funding.
Okay, and did you do that in consultation with folks from the site?
Yes, we did.
Who did you work with there?
We worked with the original, the first version of the cooperative agreement that included our research plans, worked through the program people at the Savannah River site that we reported to. And so that was Karen Hooker, and her staff would be Dennis Ryan and Ben Gould.
Okay. And at some point were you told that some of those tasks were not necessary, were not mission critical for 07?
Well, the mission critical standard was first introduced February 20th of 2007, and then yes, we were told that they did not meet that standard.
Who told you that was the standard?
That was Ms. Colazo.
And had you heard of that standard before?
No.
Had you been consulted about developing that standard?
No.
Had Mr. Allison, to your knowledge, been consulted about developing that standard?
No.
How much of what you did at SREL was produced a discrete result, a deliverable, to use a jargon, for a given fiscal year? How much of what you did was long-term?
Well, of course, the research and development organization is always looking longer term, and so having a mission-critical standard in the fiscal year that you're in makes it very difficult for any R&D organization.
Did anyone explain to you why? How many tasks did you develop, and how many were you told were found to be mission critical for 2007?
In my attachment F, you'll see an evolution of the tasks from our research plans, which is a 22-page document, to these task tables, which evolved from a larger number to a smaller number once the standard went from mission-related to mission-critical. So we had 27 in the final task table that was judged to be, by the standard of mission-critical, we had 27 tasks. 6 of those tasks were deemed to be mission-critical. All 6 of those had been funded in August of 2006 by the contractor, and much of the work had already been conducted.
Okay. And again, those 27 tasks, what role did the DOE site staff play in developing those tasks?
Well, that involved a much larger cross-section of the DOE staff, working with the assistant managers of the 3 business units in environmental management, federal facilities officers, as well as interaction with the contractor.
Okay. I think in our staff interviews, department personnel have described it as mission critical versus nice to haves. Did anyone in the Department of the DOE, the Savannah River site, tell you that those 27 tasks were nice to have but not critical?
We were told that April 19th.
But not before?
Not before.
Okay. Were you asked to defend? Were you asked to explain why some of those tasks, any of those tasks, were more than just nice to have?
To a formal process, no. We did have a meeting where it was discussed.
And did anyone explain to you what the term mission critical was or what its origin was?
No, Mr. Chairman, I was never able to get a definition of mission critical.
My time has expired. Mr. Hall is recognized for an additional 5 minutes.
Well, let me go back with you, Dr. Bertsch. In a document you claim to have given DOE's Office of Congressional and Intergovernmental Affairs, you stated that SREL would have to broaden its funding base, and you say that it did broaden its funding base. So you're telling me that you were successful in the broadening of the funding base?
Yes, we've been successful in diversifying our funding base.
Are you closed now?
We're not closed. We are on a one-year trial to try to wrap up the projects that absolutely require the facilities at SREL to conclude these outside contracts and grants.
But you felt that the congressional and maybe others felt that they could become self-funded by FY07, but you haven't, have you?
This self-sufficient standard was never explained to me.
Well, I'm just answering my question. You haven't become self-sufficient, and that means you weren't successful in your efforts to broaden the base, because you didn't broaden the base enough to keep open, to stay open, keep operating. Is that right?
Congressman, we have a cooperative agreement with the Department of Energy, who is our main customer, to conduct work on the Savannah River site. And without funding from the Department of Energy Savannah River site, there would be no reason for us to be there. We occupy DOE buildings. Out of our budget, we're responsible for maintaining those buildings, keeping up all of the infrastructure, including things like IT functions, so forth.
As of June 1st, 2007, had SREL applied for any funding from the Office of Science for FY 2007?
I'm sure that we probably have, well, I'm sure we submitted grants to the Office of Science.
Isn't it true that you submitted one proposal and that was peer-reviewed and not accepted? Isn't that what the records show?
That may be true. We have 3 active Office of Science grants that I'm aware of in the laboratory. We do have scientists that submit proposals to the Office of Science for specific RFPs, in response to specific RFPs.
You were director there, and you knew when the workout was accomplished for SREL. You were there when you knew when the funding was cut. You've given me your information that you knew when that happened, and the date of the new funding, because you were director of the lab. Why is it that you wouldn't have known of the work that Jill Siegel and Charlie Anderson put in that saved your lab? How could you not know that?
Congressman, I did.
Have you not contended that you didn't?
That I was unaware?
Have you not told people that you were not aware of when the lab closed and how it closed?
I was never... Could you repeat the question, please?
Well, my question is, if you knew when the workout was made and you knew when the cuts were set forth and knew when the new funding came about, why is it that you criticize Jill Siegel and Charles Anderson and contend that they didn't do anything to help you?
In 2005, they certainly did. The concern was we were following specific guidance that Mr. Allison and myself, in terms of renegotiating the new cooperative agreement. That negotiation went on for a year, and where we established the scope and the projects that were supposed to be funded in the new cooperative agreement.
Do you have any personal knowledge that Jill Siegel intervened for you and Charlie Anderson intervened for you in saving this lab?
In 2005?
Yes.
It would seem that they did.
Looking back on it, you think they did. But you could have been director and operating as director of the lab itself, and you couldn't have known. Isn't it impossible that you couldn't have known that?
Congressman, I did know that in 2005.
Then why were you critical of these people that were helping you?
I was not critical at that time.
Well, what time were you critical?
And I was concerned.
Are you critical today?
Congressman, what I was concerned about was the fact that we had spent a year working in good faith, following specific direction that we got. And
well, answer my question. You're critical of her and of Charlie Anderson today, of their actions?
I was critical of the actions that we...
You were, are you today? You aren't, are you? you're not critical today, knowing the full facts and looking back and seeing the record and seeing the emails and seeing all the reports. You're not today. You can't sit there and say you're critical of these two people that breathe life back into your operation when you're the director of it. You see every occupation, every job. You see people that work for you. You have every report. You couldn't have been blind enough not to have known that you had some help and that these two people helped you and breathed life back into your operation. And you could still be operating fine if you had been successful, as you say you were, in broadening your scope. You weren't successful in that. You're about to close down out there. And do you still criticize Jill Siegel and Charlie Anderson for the help they gave you? Just yes or no?
Not for the help.
I'm out of time, and I hope you're not out of patience. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Sensenbrenner? Sensenbrenner has no questions. Dr. Bertsch, I have a few questions just based upon Mr. Hall's questions. Not all of which I understood, but I'll ask some questions about the ones I did understand. Or maybe it was Mr. Sensenbrenner's question about Georgia, University of Georgia, or not University of Georgia, the state of Georgia terminating funding as well. Funding terminated June 30th. It sounded from his questions like both the federal government and state government had lost confidence in you at the same time. When did the Georgia funding that Mr. Sensenbrenner referred to begin?
That actually began in July of '06.
Okay, and what was the purpose of that funding?
The purpose of that funding was to help us through the transition.
I'm sorry, what? Say that again?
It was to help us through the transition period as we tried to implement a reconfiguration plan.
Okay. But it wasn't, was it intended to be long-term funding, or was it intended to be transitional funding?
It was transitional funding.
There have been a lot of questions about why you didn't expand your work. My understanding was that the lab's work was to do environmental research at the Savannah River site. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Did anyone suggest you ought to be selling ice cream in Aiken for additional funds?
Well, it was clear that we were supposed to diversify our funding base.
Okay. Did anyone tell you, besides doing environmental research at the Savannah River site, what it was that you were supposed to do?
No, we just were interested in leveraging the DOE portion of our funding and get to expand our funding in terms of competitive grants from other agencies.
It seems like there would be a fairly limited clientele for research, environmental research conducted at the Savannah River site. Not many households would be in the market for that. Not many businesses would be in the market for that. Were there other customers for that work that anyone directed you to? Or any that occur to you now?
Well, our work is well recognized by a variety of other agencies. And while a lot of the competitive funding that we get from other agencies is not necessarily done on the Savannah River site, some of it actually is. It certainly builds on our expertise that we've developed over the years working in concert with DOE.
The materials that were, or the suggestion that there was a peer review and the SREL did not survive the peer review, were the 27 tasks that you developed in consultation with the personnel at the site. Were those peer reviewed to your knowledge?
No, they were not.
Okay, you are an academic, unlike me. What's involved in peer review?
Well, in a peer review, you're responding to a specific request for a proposal. You submit a proposal in response to that request. Typically, this is a very specific date and time that it needs to be in by. And then it goes through a peer review process, which typically means it's sent out to colleagues and fellow investigators that have expertise in the area that you're submitting your grants, reviewed, and then typically a panel convenes to make final decisions on the grants that are submitted.
And I know some members of the minority have questioned my wondering about paper or the lack of paper, but does peer review, as you described it, not generate documents?
Yes, it does.
Not just a couple of guys in the office talking.
No, it's not.
So if we don't have any documents reflecting peer review considerations, it's reasonable to assume that there was no peer review. Is that right?
That would be my assumption.
Right, Ms. Patterson, you've sat patiently, and I know that you need to catch a plane. And I can imagine that folks in the community immediately surrounding SREL, or not SREL, but the Savannah River site, where there are high-level nuclear materials, would want to be reassured that there's environmental monitoring going on at the site, if that they see tadpoles with two heads, that there's nothing that they need to worry about in particular. What do you think is going to happen to the community's relationship with the Savannah River site with SREL no longer in operation?
Well, this is the...
You need to turn your microphone on and put it right up to your face.
Speak into it, sorry.
Right, yes.
This is the second time in 2 years where the community has observed decisions that DOE has made that have resulted in what I would characterize as a distancing of the public from the decision-making process or general knowledge of what's going on the Savannah River site. The first one had to do with the administration of the CAB. And my concern, these two instances have highlighted three things that concern the community. One is that Savannah River and headquarters have inconsistent expectations, apparently, or they communicate different things to SREL and to the CAB. So I'm concerned that headquarters in Savannah River don't speak with one voice. Second is that this is my personal opinion, I don't think headquarters actually considers the input that Savannah River provides. I think that the site manager knows better than headquarters what works on his site. And I have not seen that headquarters pays attention to that kind of information. And third, and this is again just my opinion, the trend of DOE turning back to the murky waters of secrecy, which this appears to me to be, upsets me. So, short answer, this is not, the public is not happy. We're concerned that we're being shut out of the process.
Mr. Hall is recognized for 5 minutes.
Just one last question, and thank you, Ms. Patterson. I wish I could think of something pleasant to ask you or brag on you or anything, but you've been very courteous.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. And Doctor, I want to ask you this question. Inasmuch as we have, I think, established that you now know that Jill Siegel and Charlie Anderson did intervene and did keep the doors open, keep it going. Let me ask you this last question. What would have happened if they hadn't?
In 2005, we would have closed.
Been closed down about 2 years ago, wouldn't you?
That's correct, Congressman.
That's all I have now. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Sensenbrenner for 5 minutes. Just one more from Ms. Patterson. Mr. Inglis, with whom I have a very pleasant personal relationship.
And who is from South Carolina.
And who is from South Carolina. Spoke admiringly of the efficiency of a government agency that could conduct cost-benefit analyses without spending a whole lot of time writing it down. I am skeptical that there was really a cost-benefit analysis of SREL closing and having the same environmental monitoring work done by private contractors. But if at some point in the future, the Savannah River site, in order to comply with environmental law, the requirements of environmental laws, has to contract with private contractors to gather data, to monitor environmental, to monitor the environment, will private, presumably for-profit contractors have the same credibility in the community that SREL has?
No, sir, they will not.
Why would they not?
I am a private contractor, and I know that the role of a contractor is to help its client put a good spin on whatever the information is. And that transfers, the community recognizes that too, that if I am paid directly by DOE to do DOE's monitoring, it would behoove me to not fudge data, not make anything up, but put a positive spin on what we find. And so the community would approach it as that's the approach. I can't really trust this because DOE has paid for this data, therefore I'm not sure I could trust it.
Okay, so if folks in the community started noticing that tadpoles had two heads, and you went to the Savannah River site, and they said SREL is conducting our environmental monitoring, and they say there's nothing to be alarmed about, versus a private contractor. We've hired a private contractor to do our environmental monitoring, and they say we've got nothing to worry about. Is there the same level of credibility or assurance in the community?
No. As I said in my testimony, the public is sometimes skeptical of DOE's pronouncements that all is well. But when we have SREL information backing it up, we believe that it really is well. We've never found SREL not to be straight shooters with us. If DOE said all is well and the only support they had was a contractor that they had hired to support that information, we would be skeptical that there could be something wrong. Not that there would be, but there could be.
All right. Dr. Bertsch, Ms. Patterson, thank you very much for being here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So we take just a 2 or 3 minute break before beginning our third panel so we can all stretch and do whatever else. We are back in session. I would now like to introduce our third panel. Our first witness, Charles Anderson, the Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary for the Office of Environmental Management. Second witness, Mr. Jeffrey Allison, is the manager of the Savannah River Site Office. Both of them have been mentioned several times in the testimony already. Mr. Mark Gilbertson, the Deputy Assistant Secretary for Engineering and Technology, Office of Environmental Management, Department of Energy. And finally, Ms. Yvette Colazzo is the Assistant Manager for Closure Projects at the Savannah River Site Office. All of you should know from having been here that our spoken testimony is limited to 5 minutes, after which members have 5 minutes to ask questions. It's our practice to take testimony under oath. Do any of you have any objection to being sworn in? It is also your right to be represented by counsel. Do any of you have counsel present, or any of you represented by counsel at today's hearing? All right, if you would all now raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth. Witnesses have now taken the oath. Mr. Anderson, you may begin.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Miller, Ranking Member Sensenbrenner, and Congressman Hall. My name is Charlie Anderson. I'm the Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary for the Department of Energy's Office of Environmental Management. In that role, I am the program's senior career federal official and manage day-to-day operations of the organization. Appreciate the opportunity to come here today to discuss with you the timeline and decisions made by the department as a result of my appearance here today. Deputy Secretary SREL has provided you with an overview of the events. My testimony today will provide details on my specific role in decisions made, discussions with the University of Georgia, members of Congress, and my staff, and direction given relative to the Savannah River Ecology Laboratory. Although the Savannah River Ecology Laboratory is located on the Savannah River site, it is managed by the University of Georgia. The department expected the university to take leadership in setting the course for the laboratory's future.
The Office of Science made tough budget and programmatic decisions for fiscal year 2006. As a result, the Savannah River Ecology Laboratory no longer would receive direct funding from the Department of Energy outside of successfully peer-reviewed proposals for mission-relevant research. At that time, the department received letters from both the Georgia and South Carolina congressional delegations requesting restoration of the laboratory's direct funding. In May 2005, the Assistant Secretary for Congressional and Intergovernmental Affairs, Jill Siegel, and I helped negotiate an agreement among the department, the laboratory, the University of Georgia, and members of both the South Carolina and Georgia congressional delegations. We agreed that the Office of Environmental Management would provide an additional $3 million in fiscal year 2006, with the department providing a total of approximately $4.3 million in funds for the laboratory in fiscal year 2006. The Office of Environmental Management would then provide $1 million in fiscal year 2007 for infrastructure, along with additional funds for research projects to be provided on a task-by-task basis. Additionally, for its part, the University of Georgia agreed to provide $1 million for infrastructure in support of its laboratory in fiscal year 2007. The basis of the department's agreement to provide additional funding in 2007 was a commitment by the Savannah River College Laboratory and University of Georgia to seek outside funding sources and to become self-sustaining. This is exactly how our national laboratory at Savannah River is funded. I will note former Savannah River College Laboratory Director Paul Bertsch's understanding this agreement when he was quoted in the July 11, 2005 University of Georgia Campus News article, which has been quoted before. We are grateful that our congressional delegations have seen fit to give us a year to develop alternative funding sources. I would ask the committee to include this in this press article in the hearing record if it has not already been done so far. In December 2006, the Savannah River site and the University of Georgia signed a new cooperative agreement that captured the terms made by the parties in 2005. The cooperative agreement provided the Savannah River Ecology Laboratory with $1 million in guaranteed funding for infrastructure in 2007 and a mechanism to receive additional funding for research projects on a task-by-task basis as determined by programmatic need and funding availability. Under that framework, SREL proposed 27 tasks. These tasks were reviewed by Savannah River site personnel and was determined that 6 tasks, totaling approximately $800,000, met critical program needs for the Office of Environmental Management. In addition, the National Nuclear Security Administration funded 2 additional tasks totaling $435,000 in fiscal year 2007. In May of this year, the department met with university officials to discuss potential paths forward. I was disappointed given the self-declared funding crisis at the laboratory. The university did not come to the meeting with any concrete plans for how it would move to refocus the laboratory so that it would become self-sustaining. In a subsequent phone call between Secretary Bodman and the University President Adams on June 1st, President Adams committed to providing the department with a plan for the future of the laboratory. The department has yet to receive a response to this request. The department has received a closure plan unrelated to the Secretary's request, which fails to identify either clear objectives and activities or the funding and key personnel associated with those activities. The department will continue, however, to honor the commitments it made as laid out in the cooperative agreement, just as it has met all of its commitments to Savannah River Ecology Laboratory to this point. And I will be pleased to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Allison, for 5 minutes.
I'll start over, sorry. Chairman Miller, Ranking Member Sensenbrenner, Mr. Hall. Thank you for the opportunity today to convey the Department of Energy's Savannah River site priorities and to share my insights into the department's funding decisions relative to the Savannah River Ecology Laboratory, which we call SREL. In doing so, I am hopeful that I can clarify some misconceptions and misrepresentations. At the Savannah River site, our primary mission since the end of the Cold War has been dispositioning nuclear materials and waste. Because of investments in our cleanup, SRS continues to make significant progress in meeting our current mission-critical priorities to process and disposition liquid waste to reduce risk, support nuclear material stabilization and disposition, remediate soil and groundwater, and disposition excess facilities. Additionally, a critical part of the work that we do at SRS is routine monitoring of our cleanup work to ensure the health and safety of our workers, the public, and the surrounding environment. We work closely with regulators who have oversight of SRS activities. We also fund environmental and ecological studies to take a closer look at potential longer-term effects on soil, water, and wildlife. For the past 5 decades, the Savannah River Ecology Laboratory, or SREL as we call it, has performed a number of these studies for the Savannah River site. At DOE headquarters' direction, DOE Savannah River allocated $3 million from within available funds to SREL for fiscal year 2006 and began preparing a new cooperative agreement to establish the framework for future SREL activities. And that was discussed in a memorandum from Mr. Charles Anderson to me in June of 2005, and it's been discussed several times today in the session. The new 5-year agreement prepared by DOE SR was based on fiscal year 2006 funding of $4 million for SREL. The requested funding of $4 million for fiscal year 2007 served as a planning base until Congress acted and funds were appropriated. Planning assumptions are common for us to use in establishing future work scope activities until funding is committed and appropriated by Congress. Once appropriated, subsequent adjustments are made to funding and work scope as needed. In September 2006, SR sent to DOE headquarters the cooperative agreement negotiated with SREL. It was at that time that I learned of specific terms of an agreement that had previously been reached by DOE headquarters and the University of Georgia in 2005 and communicated to some members of Congress. With DOE headquarters input, the cooperative agreement was revised based on the terms reached in 2005. The cooperative agreement obligated fiscal year 2007 funding from DOE's Office of Environmental Management of $1 million for SREL infrastructure and potentially up to $3 million for scientific research projects that met specific criteria. Additional conditions stipulated that beyond fiscal year 2007, there would be no DOE funding commitment for the SREL. For fiscal years 2008 and beyond, DOE agreed to fund individual SREL projects based on need, merit of the proposals, and funding availability. The cooperative agreement also allows the University of Georgia to continue to operate SREL on the Savannah River site property and its structures to encourage them to seek research funding for work from DOE and non-DOE entities. These terms and conditions were formalized in the current cooperative agreement signed by both parties in November and December 2006. Since that time, research projects ranging from ecological studies to radiation effects studies have been proposed by SREL. DOE-SR federal project directors reviewed these projects against the current priority cleanup activities planned for the Savannah River site, determine if the projects supported accomplishing prioritized work scope. From this review, DOE-SR ultimately chose to fund 6 of the 27 proposed tasks because those 6 supported program missions. DOE headquarters supported the field's decision. As you have heard here today, dating back to 2005, the department had to make tough funding decisions in light of sound management principles, reduced budgets, and a desire to ensure top-quality science, resulting in DOE's expanded efforts to manage its contracts through competitive solicitations and awards. Savannah River was not exempt. The department's decision in 2005 to eliminate funding for superficial science did not discount the quality of the scientific research or educational outreach activities conducted by SREL. Rather, that funding decision and many others since have been driven by the need to balance SRS work to meet the mission-critical priorities of the department. DOE is committed to executing the cooperative agreement with the University of Georgia under the specific terms and conditions. And I believe to this point we have met all of our commitments under that cooperative agreement. Personally, it is regrettable that a lack of communication and misperceptions resulted in confusing and complicating this matter. DOE recognizes SREL's contributions to environmental research and ecological studies, and we are hopeful that the lab will compete to conduct future work at SRS. Thank you.
Mr. Gilbertson, your written testimony is minimal. But your conduct seems to be an important part of all this. You've sat here all morning and heard it described. My proposal is that you take 5 minutes and describe extemporaneously your conduct in the last 6 months as it relates to this laboratory. We would prefer to have had it in writing, but if you would explain it now, please do so.
Sure, I'd be happy to for the committee. First of all, good afternoon, Chairman Miller and Ranking Member Sensenbrenner and Congressman Hall. I am the Deputy Assistant Secretary for Engineering and Technology, and as a part of that role, one of my functions is to perform independent technical review and oversight of environmental management activities, programs, and projects. And so I'm here today to answer questions associated with that. I manage the entire environmental management, engineering, and technology program, which includes technology development and deployment. My role here is at not only Savannah River but other sites to ensure that the work that's performed at our sites is leveraged to the advantage of all sites. And particularly my role here was an oversight role. And so with regard to that, my role here was to review the conduct of the Savannah River site, to work with them to ensure that the cooperative agreement was implemented consistent with the negotiations and the direction of the Secretary. I sent a memo to Jeff in January of 2007 to inform them about our intent to conduct a peer review of the for scientific merit of the SREL research, and then we would work with the site, where the site would conduct the relevancy review, or the review to ensure that the projects met the needs of the site overall. The descriptions of the work came up to headquarters. We reviewed the annual plan. We did not do a formal peer review of that process. When we received the descriptions of the activities, we saw that a number of the activities were ongoing activities. We contacted the Office of Science, who had the responsibility to manage that work in past years, and found in discussions with them that the quality of the science that is being performed at SREL, which is typically the reason why you do peer reviews, is to measure the quality of the science that's being proposed, was high quality, that it was sound science. And so then we worked with the site on ensuring that the projects and tasks that were being proposed for work by the laboratory itself met the needs for projects. Environmental management our cleanup work is all projectized. It has activities that we need to accomplish in particular fiscal years, and project managers at the sites are the ones that manage those activities. And so we worked with the site to communicate back and forth about the nature of that, and to ask that project managers at the Savannah River site review the work that was being proposed by the Savannah River Ecology Lab to ensure that it met the needs of those particular projects. So my role in this part of the process has been through that review of the work itself. It's also been subsequent to that that part of the activity I have interfaced with the University of Georgia, with Dr. Lee on numerous occasions to try and understand where the laboratory was going in the future with regard to future directions, trying to understand the issues of we were told that we were closed, that they were going to close, and yet in discussions with Dr. Lee, it was pretty clear that they still wanted to remain open and were going to transition to something else. And so my role has been working with the University of Georgia to try and understand the direction that it's going and to try and support that. We value the support of the Savannah River Ecology Lab and the University of Georgia going into the future. And we've been trying to work with them to ensure that it is a self-sustaining, enduring entity that supports not only our program, but supports the NNSA programs, supports the Office of Science, other federal agencies, and so that's the role that I've been playing.
Ms. Colasso, for 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chairman Miller, Chairman Lamson, and subcommittee members. I'm Yvette Collazo, and in May of 2006, I was appointed the Assistant Manager for Closure Project at the U.S. Department of Energy, Savannah River Operations Office. In that capacity, I oversee contractors, federal programs, and activities associated with the cleanup of radiological and chemical contaminants in buildings and the environment, resulting from more than 40 years of nuclear materials production at the Savannah River site. Programmatic oversight of the Savannah River Ecology Laboratory became my responsibility in February of 2007, following an organizational realignment at the DOE Savannah River. Primarily in this capacity that I am here today to share my knowledge and address my role relative to the department's funding decisions for SREL. Prior to assuming oversight responsibility for the laboratory, I would like to add that I, along with other DOE SR line organization managers, participated in discussions and evaluations of SREL fiscal year 2007 research activities during the fall of 2006. As you have heard Mr. Allison previously state, based on planning assumptions in early 2006 for future SREL work, DOE SR was planning to fund SREL at $4 million in fiscal year 2007. As part of that planning base, available funding to support SREL research activities in fiscal year 2007 was evaluated by each of the DOE SR line organizations, including my program area. Upon acquiring oversight of the laboratory, I had several meetings and discussions with SREL leadership regarding implementation of the 2006 Cooperative Agreement, as revised to incorporate the terms of the 2005 agreement with the University of Georgia. During this time, I consistently restated the terms and conditions upheld in the mutual agreement. And those are $1 million guaranteed DOE funding in fiscal year 2007 for infrastructure, no DOE funding commitment for fiscal year 2008 and beyond, and a task-by-task evaluation by DOE based on need, merit, and also funding availability. Additionally, SREL was strongly encouraged to seek alternative funding sources. In January 2007, DOE-SR received direction from the Office of Environmental Management at DOE headquarters to work jointly to determine a path forward for funding support of any additional task at SREL in fiscal year 2007. SREL initially proposed 35 tasks, which were later revised to 27 for task-by-task funding consideration. EM headquarters stated its intent to conduct a peer review for scientific merit of these tasks, and DOE-SR was directed to conduct a relevancy review to determine if the proposed tasks met SRS needs and priorities. In concert with the terms of the cooperative agreement, SREL proposed tasks were reviewed by DOE SR line organizations based on need. This is a typical process whereby DOE SR determines if a proposed task or project meets a need, directly supports SRS priorities, and is fundamental to accomplishing critical work scope. In February 2007, EM headquarters emphasized the critical DOE need test in conducting the task-by-task review. The DOE SR review identified 6 of the 27 SREL proposed tasks as meeting a critical need, as meeting a critical SRS need. In March 2007, DOE SR communicated the results of the review to EM headquarters. In April 2007, I met with EM headquarters to go over the results of the DOE SR review. Based on its programmatic review, EM headquarters also determined that most of the SREL proposed projects did not meet the mission-critical cleanup needs at the Savannah River site. EM headquarters recommended that funding from EM be awarded at $1.8 million, which included guaranteed support for infrastructure. As directed in May of 2007, DOE SR informed SREL of the EM funding level. I am aware that there has been a lot of discussion on the meaning of mission critical as it applies to DOE's review of SREL's proposed tasks. I would like to re-emphasize that the review conducted by DOE SR line organizations was based on need, which is synonymous with priority and mission critical when determining if a proposed task or project is a must-do. As a career public servant, I am very cognizant of the difficult but necessary task of balancing the work and available dollars to get the required job done. This is the extent of my knowledge and short-term role relative to the department's funding decisions for SREL. In summary, I would simply reemphasize that prior to the signing of the cooperative agreement in December of 2006, a good faith effort was made by DOE SR line organizations, of which I was a part, to evaluate support of SREL research activities given the planning assumptions in earlier 2006. Since the mutual agreement was finalized or formalized, I believe that DOE has respectfully and consistently met its commitment under the current terms and conditions of the cooperative agreement with the Savannah River Ecology Laboratory. Thank you.
Thank you. The Chair will now have our first round of questions, and the Chair recognizes himself for 5 minutes. Mr. Allison, I would assume that someone heading a $1.2 billion a year facility is a pretty accomplished and savvy guy. But you appear to be treated in the testimony today by many people in the Department of Energy as something less than that, something other than that. Mr. Anderson directed you to negotiate a new cooperative agreement with SREL in June of 2005. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, and there was a memo that gave you that direction to negotiate that arrangement. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, the memo appears to be silent. We didn't hold it up to the light to see if there was something hidden in it, but it doesn't appear to have given any kind of guidance about what should be in that agreement. Is that correct?
No, it laid out funding levels for fiscal year 2006 and talked in terms of $3 million for the environmental management program from within available funds and another $1 million from the science program, but and then asked me to go negotiate a new cooperative agreement.
Okay. Dr. Bertsch earlier testified that he provided you a business plan with the task funding, and these are all the tasks that you agreed the site needed. Is that right?
Yeah, that was as part of the negotiations for the cooperative agreement. That formed the kind of the starting point for.
Okay, and the three broad categories: environmental characterization, ecological risk and effects, remediation and restoration. Do you still think environmental characterization is a task needed by SRS?
If you review the cooperative agreement that we signed, I believe that is one of the tasks that...
In December of 2006?
Yes, in December 2006, I believe that is.
Essentially, all of these tasks, well, first of all, did Dr. Bertsch testify truthfully when he said that you and he agreed that these were tasks that SREL performed that the site needed? Is that correct?
Well, as I stated, I believe that those are in the cooperative agreement which we both signed up to. So, yeah, that is some admission that we do need that kind of accomplished.
Okay. Now, we've just heard testimony that these tasks were to be put to peer review for scientific merit. Are you aware of any peer review of the proposed tasks pursuant to this business plan, the cooperative agreement in December of 2006?
I believe Mr. Gilbertson stated that that was the plan, but that it was not performed.
There was no peer review?
No, there wasn't.
Okay, and are you familiar with what is involved in peer review?
Yeah, I'm generally aware of the the level of detail and the types of independences involved in the peer review.
Okay, and with respect to the various tasks, the 35 that became 27, there's been some discussion that those should be awarded competitively. Are you aware of any competition for those 27 tasks, or any of the tasks that SREL had performed?
No, I'm not aware of.
There's no request for proposals?
No, there isn't. No.
What role, Dr. Bertsch testified that the site's personnel were involved in developing the various tasks. Is that correct?
I think Ms. Colazzo has stated that there were 35 tasks initially provided. Those were pared down to 27. When he says the site, I believe he means his staff. My staff was involved in the review process and looking at those tasks, and that was the DOE role in that.
I'm sorry, say that again?
My staff, as I mentioned, my federal project directors were involved in reviewing the tasks that were proposed by the Savannah River Ecology Laboratory.
Is it correct that they were developed in concert with your staff, in consultation with your staff?
There was some back and forth discussion to look at those tasks. Yes.
The final winnowing from 35 to 27 to 6. Were you involved in that decision to approve 6 tasks of the 27, what had earlier been 35?
Yvette Collazo had taken the lead on that activity for me. When she inherited this work activity, I asked her to take the lead.
Well, you had earlier been involved in the discussions about what you needed. You had gotten the plan, the business plan from Dr. Bertsch. You had been involved, or at least consulted with respect to the cooperative agreement in 2006. What role did you play in deciding that only 6 of those tasks were really that important that they needed to be funded?
I was informed of that once Yvette and the federal project directors had done the review, but I was not personally involved in that review effort.
Were you given an opportunity to say, no, these other things are really important, we've got to do these?
Yvette provided me with the list, so yes, I did. But I understood the process she had undergone to review those, and I concurred in that process before it was sent to headquarters.
I'm sorry, what?
I did have a chance to review them, the task that she proposed, and I concurred with that before she sent that to headquarters for review.
My time has expired. Mr. Sensenbrenner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think the fog is starting to clear over all of this, and I'd like to thank all of you for your testimony because you've been huffing and puffing and blowing away the fog. What appears incontrovertible is that Dr. Bertsch knew that DOE funding was being phased down and out, and there would be no continued guaranteed funding past fiscal year 2007. He said so. That comports with everything else that we've heard both this hearing and the July 17th hearing. We now get to the issue of the additional funding that could be obtained by SREL doing tasks that they submitted to DOE for its consideration. 35 went down to 27, 6 were approved. There was some money that came into that, 21 of them obviously were not. Now, the question that I have, and I think Mr. Anderson, Mr. Gilbertson probably can answer this best, were the denied tasks rejected because they weren't relevant to environmental management's mission?
That the determination on relevancy to the environmental management program was made by the Office of Savannah River, and that was exactly why they weren't funded. It wasn't that they weren't good science. It wasn't that they wouldn't support other Department of Energy programs, potentially like GNEP with the Office of Nuclear Energy, or they wouldn't support the Office of Science's fundamental program, potentially, if it was competitively submitted. It was that it didn't support our EM programs.
So if it was outside the scope of the environmental management programs when it was submitted, there was no need to submit it to a peer review committee, and there were no competitive bids because everybody else realized that you weren't the source of the funding for what they were proposing to do. Am I correct in that?
You're correct in that.
So what's the beef? I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Allison, by the way, the chairman is introduced you, indicated some lack of regard for you on our part up here. I haven't heard anything about that and wouldn't agree with it. I recognize you as a good member of that department and a very valuable member, and that you have position enough to invite you to come testify before us. I ought to let you know that we appreciate you and we thank you for it.
Well, thank you, and I didn't take that statement as a slight against me or my abilities.
Good. How long have you worked with SREL?
I've been involved most closely with SREL the last 5 years in my current position.
What's been your experience with the lab?
They do generally good work.
What needs does the lab fulfill for the site?
Well, right now, I think the primary need that they fulfill is in our soil and groundwater program, helping us with some of the work we're doing to try to deal with past environmental spills and that have gotten into the soil and groundwater.
If SREL closes, what difficulties, if any, would this pose for the site?
Well, certainly the work that they're currently doing that supports our soil and groundwater program, we would have to find another source for getting that work accomplished. It is critical to our mission.
I thank you for that. Now let me get to the crux of what we're here about. When did you first become aware of the conditions of the agreement negotiated between Georgia and South Carolina congressional delegations and DOE?
It was October of 2006.
And would you ever make a commitment that you knew were contrary to established DOE agreements? You wouldn't, would you?
No, absolutely not.
And what did you do when you first became aware of the negotiated agreement?
One of the first things I did after coming to Washington and meeting with the senior management here was go talk to Dr. Bertsch and convey to him the terms and conditions of that agreement. made it
All right.
clear that that's how we're gonna be moving forward.
So you think Dr. Bertsch and maybe others at SREL or UGA knew about the existing agreement when you did?
When I did or before I did?
Either one, or both?
You know, as some of the testimony is borne out today, including Mr. Anderson's testimony, there were some indications, and even Dr. Bertsch's testimony, that he knew that there was a need for a new mechanism to come into place.
Can you imagine if find my notes? Can you imagine that they knew that the doctor knew when the cutbacks were made? Dr. Bertsch also knew of the agreements. He knew of the refinancing, but said he didn't know the details. He's the director of the lab. Wasn't that his title?
Yes.
You'd been director of the lab, wouldn't you? Been seeing it daily and working with people and giving instructions and seeking reports and things like that. That'd be normal, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I believe that if he didn't know the details, he probably should have tried to find them out.
Yeah, it says he just kept on directing, but he didn't know. And he was promised only 2 years.
Yeah.
What's more important than the duration of an agreement like that might be the very livelihood for all the employees and the existence of the operation itself? It's the length of it, isn't it?
Certainly, I think Dr. Bertsch and my interaction with him should have felt comfortable enough to have asked me about what this agreement meant, and then I certainly would have gone and tried to find out about
Or anybody else in 5 miles of him. Anybody. Could ask anyone, couldn't he?
Yes, I believe so.
Now, he's tried to distance himself from his own quote that certainly cried out that there was an agreement, that he knew there was agreement. Have you been here all day? Have you heard all the testimony?
Yes, sir, I have.
Do you think that everyone at DOE involved with SREL funding but him, maybe and another or two, were aware of that agreement? They were aware there was an agreement and that it was a 2-year agreement, were they not? So far as you know, and your discussions with him, your day-to-day activities?
Well, in my day-to-day activities with him, he never gave me that opinion that he knew anything beyond the fiscal year 2006 agreement, for funding. The agreement for $1 million in fiscal year 2007, I was never made aware of that through Dr. Bertsch, that he knew that.
Well, it's pretty logical as a director of the lab that he either knew it or should have known it.
Well, some of the testimony that has been come out today would raise in my mind that he might have known more than he indicated to me.
I go to Mr. Anderson and ask you how and when did you become involved with the SREL funding issue?
In the spring of 2005, Jill Siegel, the Assistant Secretary for Congressional Affairs, came and asked me if, first of all, said that the SREL's funding had been zeroed out, and then asked if they did good work. Was this worthy of pursuing, of trying to repair this, of trying to fix this, of
what was your answer?
I said, yes, it was. They did do good work.
And what was her actions after that?
At that point in time, put together kind of a structure of an agreement, for which we went and talked to the Secretary, since the Secretary had already issued a letter about back to the delegations about the zeroing out from the Office of Science. We did not want to get into too much detail without making sure we had his agreement to approach in general this concept of working out an agreement. And that's primarily what the memo that's been referred to earlier to the Secretary was for, was to get his agreement for us to pursue this negotiation.
And you have a conversation with Dr. Bertsch as to the facts and the substance of the agreement?
Did later in May when a lot of it was decided, and most of it was the University of Georgia out of Athens, management that was...
In May of what year?
2005. I'm sorry.
Do you disagree with Dr. Bertsch when he says that he didn't know of it and that he hadn't been told of it?
I remember having a conversation with him by telephone. I was in D.C. at the time, and he was back in South Carolina, Georgia area.
You told him, didn't you?
I talked to him about it. I told him that, and one of the reasons I really remember it was there were discussion about how difficult it was going to be, and I recognized it would be a difficult task, a difficult challenge to move ahead, and that's why there was a couple of years in trying to do that transition.
I think my time's probably up, and I'll try to get back with you on that and enlarge on it a little when I have the third or fourth or maybe fifth opportunity to question.
Thank you. Chair recognizes himself now for 5 minutes for a third round of questioning. Mr. Allison, I am completely perplexed by the last set of questions that Dr. Bertsch could not possibly have failed to understand as the head of SREL the agreement that SREL would have to be self-sufficient in 2 years. You didn't know that, right? Hasn't been that the testimony today? Hasn't that been what Mr. Sell just said an hour or two ago, that you swore and declared to him that you didn't know anything about that? That's why you came to him with the lump sum contract for all of these tasks of $20 million over 5 years, is because nobody told you?
That's correct.
So Mr. Bertsch, supposedly the head of SREL, can't possibly have failed to know that agreement was in effect, but you were head of the facility. You were head of the $1.2 billion operation, and you didn't know. Isn't that right?
That's correct, but Mr. Bertsch, or Dr. Bertsch, excuse me, was involved in some meetings and discussions at DOE headquarters that I was not involved in. Specifically, he was involved in a meeting that he mentioned with Jill Siegel in May of 2005. And as Mr. Anderson has stated, and I have no reason to doubt Mr. Anderson, he did talk to him about the agreement. And so I believe that there were some things that were said to Dr. Bertsch that it gave him some knowledge that I didn't have.
Okay, but that's because you have decided that you will credit what Mr. Anderson says, where his testimony conflicts with Dr. Bertsch's. But their testimony is in direct conflict, and you choose to believe Mr. Anderson, not Dr. Bertsch. Is that correct?
Well, there's the other data point that I look at is the article in the University of Georgia.
The newsletter journal.
Yeah.
Okay. But you were head of the SRL, the SRS, the Savannah River site. Nobody told you. And was there anything in Dr. Bertsch's conduct with you that suggested that he was playing you, not that since you didn't get you didn't know what he knew, that he was playing you?
No, the only thing that I will mention is that shortly after I found out about the agreement, I called Dr. Bertsch and I said to him, just pretty bluntly, Paul, what do you know about an agreement for $1 million in fiscal year 2007? And Dr. Bertsch's comment to me was, well, I thought that was just from headquarters and I could negotiate a separate agreement with you. So, from my standpoint, it's one pot of money. In fact, the fiscal year 2006 funding didn't come from headquarters. It came out of the site's budget, and we had to allocate that out of existing funds.
Dr. Allison, in our previous hearing on this, and I understand you weren't here, but the previous hearing we had a set of scientists who appeared to be the real deal, and they talked about the value of SREL. And one of the things that they described that SREL had done was to detect mutations in amphibians, which they thought was important, an important measure of effective radiation. Is that something that strikes you as important?
Well, I believe that the work that the Savannah River Ecology Laboratory does is important. In fact, that's why we the department, executed a new cooperative agreement with them. There is some value in the work that they do.
It's a nice to have, to use the phrase that was used in the interviews with our staff.
Well, and also it supports the mission priorities of the site and our cleanup mission.
Well, is it a nice to have, or how important is that?
Well, for this year, we identified $800,000 in tasks that directly supported mission critical work. So,
well, I'm trying to get mission critical. I mean, is that a budgeting term, a management term that you've heard before that has a clearly defined, clearly understood meaning?
Those are things that support the site priorities for cleanup.
Can you refer me to any authority, a textbook, something that tells me where the term mission critical comes from?
I don't know that I can refer you to a textbook.
Okay. Well, again, I ask, and my questions to Ms. Patterson, I gave the example of tadpoles with two heads. I was only half joking, really only half joking. One of the tasks that were identified was define more clearly the risk from low dose rate chronic exposures to radiation. And the specific task is conduct studies using site amphibian species, tadpoles, as model organisms that determine radiosensitivity during egg development, larval development, metamorphic period, tadpoles. Will continue as part of an effort to establish data for potential radiation protection guidelines for natural populations. Can you describe for me how the decision was made that that's a nice to have, but not mission critical?
I would say that certainly from an overall standpoint, that sounds like a good thing. But from the standpoint of the environmental management program and the cleanup mission, that wasn't something that we believed was supportive of our cleanup goals and cleanup mission.
Ms. Colazzo, could you tell us why that is something that's nice to have but not critical?
Well, the decision about what was mission critical or not, or ties directly to our projects, or fit the priorities at hand with the projects that are critical, was made by the federal project directors based on the definition that we just discussed in terms of mission critical. Okay. So it was determined by the federal project directors that there were other things on the list that actually met that, and perhaps if that one wasn't one of the ones that was identified, then it wasn't determined to be so.
Okay, well, you were involved in those decisions, weren't you?
I was involved in the final decision, yes, of the ones that were proposed for my area, yes.
Mr. Gilbertson, you were involved in those decisions, right?
Yes, and for things like, you have a good example, and I think that's important for the country. The Department of Energy and the Office of Science has a low-dose research program, and they fund work tied to that area. They have a research plan agenda that they've laid out, and they competitively on an annual basis solicit proposals from universities and outside entities to support that kind of work. And that was the kind of things that we were encouraging the Ecology Lab to contribute their proposals to.
So, I'm sorry, this task that had previously been done by SREL, this was continuing research, had been begun in previous years, a longitudinal study. You were now testifying that that is something that is available for competitive funding from other sources.
The science work that they do on low-dose activities, they can competitively submit proposals for support of that work.
Mm-hmm.
The Office of Science.
Okay, is there a current request for proposals for that topic?
On an annual basis, they put out a request for proposals in the low dose arena. So,
Do you know who is doing this work now?
no,
Okay. Are you sure anyone is doing this work now?
I'm not sure.
Okay. And a long-term study of mutations of amphibians, the disruption of that, the discontinuation of that is not critical. At a site that has high level radioactive materials.
For the EM program, we looked at it and it was not determined to be critical.
Okay. And with whom did you consult in making that decision?
The project directors on site made that decision.
Okay. Who were there? Was Mr. Allison involved?
There are federal project directors that are responsible to implement the work in our projects.
Well, and who was it who said, "Don't worry about the tadpoles"? We don't really need to follow how the tadpoles are doing.
Collectively, the group of federal project directors reviewed each one of the tasks that were there, and if they decided that, for example, that in the people that were responsible for nuclear materials decided that it was not critical to their program, to their projects, they made that decision.
Okay, and again, I hate to get back to it again and again, but are there documents that reflect how that decision was made, who was involved, or what the reasoning was?
We have provided the committee with the matrix that documents the results of the federal project directors' reviews.
That's this, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
So any explanation appears here.
Correct.
Okay, I think I read the entire explanation of the project, and it says DOE critical need, none. Is that the analysis? None.
That is the summary of the analysis.
Well, seems to be not just the summary, it appears to be the entire analysis. Is there somewhere else that a more elaborate analysis appears?
I'm not aware of any place that there's a more elaborate written analysis, no.
Okay, this was a couple of guys in an office talking.
It's the federal project directors that are responsible for the activities of that work, correct?
Okay, at a site where there had earlier been detected mutations of amphibians as a result of radiation, as a result of environmental exposures, you determined that there need not be a continued study. The long-term study need not be continued of how low-level radiation was affecting amphibians. And there is no writing to reflect how that decision was made, except none.
This is the documentation that we have for whether or not the work that's being performed supports the project activities that were funded for by Congress.
Okay, I am now spectacularly over my time. Mr. Hall.
Thank you, sir. Well, first, let me ask for a little fairness from the chair on his questions of Mr. Allison as to when he knew. Actually, Mr. Allison, this agreement was made, I think in 2005, the agreement was made, and it was made by the congressional delegation and by the Department of Energy up here in Washington, and you were hundreds of miles away from there down at the Savannah River site, were you not?
That's correct.
Where you worked?
Yeah.
And you hear certain things, and you know certain things, but a little bitty independent called SREL, and not even run by DOE, is in the circle of your responsibility down there, among several others, right?
That's correct.
And with the many facilities in there, is it, and Dr. Bertsch certainly didn't tell you, did he?
No, he didn't.
But we have evidence here that he knew it and that he's told other people. We know that, and we're going to enlarge that a little more with Mr. Anderson in a minute. Anyway, I just wanted to know the difference in where you were and where they were, and that you're not a part of that. You're not a part of the day-to-day operation like Dr. Bertsch was, and it's just hard to even guess. It was my wildest dream that he could have been running that operation, running director of the lab, and didn't know the duration. Thought it was 2 years, just everything's business going just like it was. Said it was going bad, said it was going down, said it without the influx of 4 million and $1 million the next year that it'd be closed now. Those were day-to-day activities. You weren't involved in that. You had a right not to know it, and I admire you for coming here to testify. Now let me ask Mr. Anderson something. What was the nature of the agreement between DOE headquarters, UGA, and the congressional delegations back in May or June of 2005? And do you believe that everyone at DOE involved with SREL funding was aware of the agreement? Talk to me a little on that.
Right. The nature of it is to provide funding for a transition period so they could change a different business model for the Savannah River Ecology Laboratory. With the Environmental Management Program providing in 2006 $3 million of funding. In fact, the numbers are written down, but in essence, right at $4.5 million of funding total between the Office of Science, the NNSA, and the Environmental Management Program. My belief as far as the people that were actually in the discussions knew the agreement. It was not communicated as well as it should have been on my part. I mean, it's clearly, one of the things in hindsight, I should have had more discussion with Mr. Allison there, related to very specific details about that. But the ones that were involved, directly in that, did understand what the agreement was.
Dr. Bertsch was certainly involved directly in it, was he not?
He was involved early. I was not, due to another personal reason, I was not at the meeting on May 11th, where I know that there was a lot of discussion around that particular, around what the problem was, and as far as also trying to develop potential solutions to it.
And did you and Jill Siegel come to the aid of SREL and kind of take it under your arms as something that you wanted to breathe life back in and give them a second chance?
We did.
And were you successful?
As I'm sitting here today, that may still be judged, in a later time. I would like to see SREL within that different business model, where we do have work that is part of the environmental management program needs to be done, and as can be told by Mr. Allison there, and the award of a certain amount of money then for doing those tasks that are related to the environmental management projects, which are, I'll note, run and controlled by sets of regulations and requirements and state oversight and regulatory agencies and federal regulatory agencies. And so that work needs to be supportive then of the requirements for us to execute our environmental management cleanup mission.
And during the negotiations over the agreement, were you told that SREL could ultimately become self-funding?
I don't recall if those were the exact words, but that was the impression. It was a part of the agreement with University of Georgia.
And did you have any idea about what date they were saying or thinking they could become self-funding?
The agreement had it over a 2-year time period.
Do you believe SREL has actively looked for additional resources outside DOE that would enable the lab to be self-sustaining?
I do not believe they've aggressively pursued those outside resources.
Made one run at it and struck out, didn't they? Wasn't that their testimony earlier?
I don't recall if they said just made one run, but
then did Jeff Allison have the authority to commit additional funds outside of the agreement between DOE, UGA, and the congressional delegations?
Mr. Allison does have authority to make certain obligations of money within limitations, but he also has a responsibility and a charge to execute a program and meet his requirements. And in tight budget constraints, if he puts $1 toward an SREL function like this that's not directly related to the cleanup, it will take money away from delivering on its other cleanup commitments.
My last question is, were you ever aware of any efforts on the part of Jill Siegel or anyone else in DOE's Office of Congressional and Intergovernmental Affairs to cut funding from SREL?
No, sir.
I think that's all I have.
Mr. Lamson, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Miller. Mr. Gilbertson, you indicated to committee staff that headquarters had come to not fully trust the site people regarding SREL. There was a feeling that the site staff were too close to the lab and would make sure that it was funded at the $4 million regardless of need. Is that right?
I have the responsibility for an oversight function. I do not believe I said that I did not trust the staff.
Did it ever strike you that perhaps they wanted to fund the lab at $4 million because they had that much work for the lab and because the lab was valuable to the site and they knew that without sufficient funding the lab would go away?
The site project directors were the ones that decided what projects need to be funded. So the issue of there was no set levels ever for funding for them.
Was it decided that your guidance would be the standard, or?
My guidance to them was that it needed to support the project needs, and I think that's constant for all of our EM work.
You're charged by Mr. Anderson with overseeing the implementation of the cooperative agreement by the site staff. Is that right?
Overseeing, yes.
Did he tell you to run a peer review?
Those are the process for overseeing it is something that I established myself. He didn't direct me as to how to do it.
And he didn't tell you what standard?
Right. He didn't tell me what standard to use.
Did you ever discuss with him the approach you were going to take of directing site staff to apply the standard and only those things that were deemed mission-critical needs in FY07 deserved funding?
No, I didn't discuss that with him.
You developed mission-critical needs in FY07 all on your own. When did you develop that idea?
In concert, in discussions with the site people. I don't know that we use the words mission-critical specifically. It came to be known as that. But the issue is it needed to be tied to projects and deliverables for the site. So that was the crux of it.
And you directed the site staff on what that meant on your own, without guidance from any superior?
Correct.
Had expressed the opinion as early as September '06 that there should not be two labs on the site, that there should be only one, and that is the Savannah River National Lab. Is that true?
I am not aware of any comments to that in that direction.
We have an email that indicates that. You can enter it into the record, and I would ask.
Without objection, it'll be entered in the record.
You also expressed the belief that SREL should not get more than $1.5 million in support last September.
That particular email, if you read the details of it, was an exercise asking what if. It was not directing that they only get $1.5 million.
We're aware of Mr. Sell's guidance that the sweep of needs that Mr. Allison had described to Mr. Sell was okay for EM to fund, weren't you?
The suite of activities that we put in the cooperative agreement were ones that were the areas that the SREL were world-class experts in, and it was put in there to give them a vehicle so others could use their services to support their research.
Mr. Anderson, can you explain why you neglected to tell Jeff Allison of the Secretary's guidance on SREL when you talked with him when you tasked him with negotiating a new cooperative agreement?
It's an oversight on my part.
That is something so important, it would seem that it should have been in writing as being done. Can you explain why you didn't give Mr. Gilbertson guidance on how you expected him to carry out oversight of the SREL cooperative agreement?
Your previous question was related to Mr. Allison, and this is, did you intend for that to shift a direction to Mr. Gilbertson?
What direct guidance did you give Mr. Gilbertson in overseeing?
The guidance I gave to Mr. Gilbertson had to do would be that make sure it was part of the environmental management program, that it met our needs, and that we could defend it did support the objectives we had in our projects. I did not give him specific direction in that. He is in a position and has both the authority, the experience, and has been recognized in the past for knowledge on science as it relates to achieving results.
You knew that Mr. Gilbertson believed that SREL should go away and that there should only be one lab at the site, SRNL. And you received an email from him on this matter in September. Why would you put someone in this role without direction, knowing that he wanted to see SREL go away unless you were happy with him pursuing that goal?
I assume that you're referring to the email that was just handed to me.
Yes.
If I may have just a moment to...
Sure.
I'm sorry, would you rephrase the question?
Why would you put someone in this role without direction, knowing that he wanted to see SREL go away unless you were happy with him pursuing that goal?
At this point, I mean, this is in September 2006 time frame. I didn't key in on the issue about one lab there. I do know that we've had a lot of discussions about how we support the infrastructure and whether there is duplication of efforts by having a separate lab from an infrastructure standpoint, not the work, not the people who are doing the work, but from the infrastructure itself. That wouldn't preclude University of Georgia, University of South Carolina, University of Wisconsin, or any other entity that has expertise in this area from doing work, you know, under a more singular laboratory infrastructure. But I've neither given any direction to that or stated we wouldn't go there at this point. The Savannah River Ecology Lab is a lab that's operated by the University of Georgia.
Do any of you believe that more money will be spent in future these activities than was being spent in the past?
Could be or will be would probably be a...
What's likely?
At this point, I'm not real sure. The laboratory still has not indicated a difference in the approach to the research that they would like to do for Savannah River. There's, other than what we've seen here and the amount of money that's been given for the task so far, it doesn't appear that there's a development of new research that lines up then with the environmental management jobs or environmental management projects that have to be done. If that stays the same, then I do not see that it would increase.
Anybody else want to make a comment? Is that good or bad for the community? Anyone?
I think a lot of that would depend on what is in its place as far as supporting these projects at the Savannah River site.
When will we know what will be in its place?
Again, I will go back and say that Savannah River Ecology Lab right now, we've met our commitments. We've tasked certain work to be done by Savannah River Ecology Lab. They have said they were going to close. They have not. We still expect to have those tasks delivered. If they end up closing, we've got to look at the options for getting those tasks done to support Mr. Allison's projects.
Dr. Lee has, in an email yesterday that sent me, has indicated that he expects to have a transition plan on where they're going. They intend to go from the University of Georgia's perspective by the end of August. So we don't know where they're going.
Thank you for your indulgence, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I don't have many more questions, but I do have just a couple. Mr. Allison, I want to make it clear when I have characterized some of the way that you have been described in testimony by Department of Energy personnel, I have been offended for you. I have thought that the decisions that you have made, your decisions about what was important for the Savannah River site, the work that the SREL has done in the past, environmental work, determining risk, environmental risk, determining the best way to deal with it, remediation and restoration. And in the last hearing on this topic, we heard from prominent scientists that the work done at that lab has saved many millions of dollars by choosing the best and cheapest remediation and restoration. I think the decisions to keep the lab in place and to continue to do this work was a prudent decision. And I have been offended for you, if you can't express it yourself, for the way that you have been characterized by some of the Department of Energy's testimony, for the decisions that you have made and the way that you have proceeded. There have been several references to a decision 2 years ago in the President's budget to eliminate all funding, zero out, to use the jargon, all funding for the Savannah River Environmental Lab, SREL. And that has been treated as a decision that was a correct decision, and that this has all been a reprieve. That the Savannah River Ecology Lab has been living on borrowed time since then, and should have known it, and should be happy for the 2-year reprieve that it's gotten. There has been remarkably little discussion of how that decision was made in the first place. It was apparently made by OMB. It is not clear who was involved in that decision or why it was made. Mr. Allison, do you have any idea why the decision made in 2005 not to include any funding for SREL in the President's budget, how that was made, by whom it was made?
Well, no, I don't. I learned about that decision when the President's budget came out the first Monday in February.
And you were consulted in no way?
No, I wasn't.
But do you agree with that decision?
Well,
let me spare you that.
What I would suggest, I know at the beginning of this session you talked about having Dr. Orbach testify. I think he would be in the best position to answer that question.
Okay. Mr. Anderson, do you know why that decision was made?
Other than a balancing of the priorities within the department, no, I did not. I also learned of that decision when the budget was actually rolled out in February.
Okay. Mr. Anderson, we heard testimony a couple weeks ago that the work at SREL in remediation and restoration, in deciding that rather than being cleaned up and removed from a site, the something pine site, that SREL's research showed that it could be left in place and I'm searching for the scientific words, would be over time absorbed.
Monitored natural attenuation.
Okay. And that decision, that research led to saving, as I recall, close to or perhaps more than $1 billion. Is that correct?
I've not looked at the cost estimate on that. it sounds reasonable that they did some work that did support a project or a project decision earlier on. And again, I repeat, we have work that we've identified work so far that needs to be done for projects in the future. We're also open if somebody has a work that they want to propose for our ongoing projects that would make them better, to tie them to those projects. There's no limit, as far as that's concerned, other than the fact that it has to be related to the projects, the charge that we have to clean up the legacy from the Cold War.
How often does a lab have to save the federal government $1 billion to justify a $4 million a year budget appropriation?
Well,
it seems like doing it once would get you a long time, a lot of years of funding.
From the charge we have for the stewardship of our money, the funding there is for the work that has to be done, not work that's been done in the past.
Mr. Hall.
I'll be very brief. The questions he's asked you about zeroing out, y'all are all four loyal members of the Department of Energy employees over there. That's kind of above your pay grade, isn't it? When they zero out one like that, isn't that done above you? Maybe Mr. SREL and maybe the Secretary himself makes that decision. And that's the first time you knew about it after the Secretary had made it.
Well, the decision was actually made in a different program, and I mean that's where we would fall out where we were not a part of that decision.
And when you found out about it, you and Jill Siegel tried to do something about it. Let me just go over it. Now, I'm closing now. We had this entity that had operated successfully for a number of years, and after studying them, they were zeroed out, and they started with zero. And then you two intervened. You put something in there. You put $4 million in there for the first year, $1 million plus in there for the second year, and they were happy with it. The DOE, the SREL, the UGA, and the Georgia and South Carolina delegations agreed to them, and they said it was their hope that additional time would give the lab the opportunity to seek enough outside funding, which they didn't do. And that's where we are right now. And isn't that the long and the short of what we've done here? And after hearing all the testimony that you've heard here today, is there any question in your mind about what the Dr. Bertsch did know about this and did know when it was done and did know or should have known the effect of it? And anybody that's a director of a lab overseeing all that, has that responsibility, has had it for many, many years, knew or ought to know the duration of an agreement. What's more important than how long is it for than for somebody to know that it was for 2 years? I can't believe that he could come here and sit down and testify that he didn't know that. If he didn't know it, it's because he hadn't read his own agreement. He was part of making that agreement hundreds of miles up above, away from SREL was, and he's bound with it, and he's got to live with it. I yield back my time.
I think that is enough rounds of questioning. Well, we will now stand in recess.
Mr. Chairman, before you do, can I just ask one, what I think is hopefully a simple question?
To whom do you wish to ask the question?
Sorry, what was yours?
To whom do you wish to ask
the whole panel?
All right. Well, in that case, I will waive my next round of questioning, or I will yield to Mr. Lamson my time.
I'm going to yield a lot of it back. I was just curious to know what your thoughts are on the panel. You said that everything needs to be tasked, and we're also sending the lab out to raise the money necessary to be able to go on its own. Yet most of the employees were gone, or are gone at a point. Do they have the ability to seek the funding necessary to continue and to do their job?
Actually, that was part of the agreement. Was the establishment of the cooperative agreement was to set up the framework so they could do that, and that was a reason for the broad tasks that were laid out in that framework.
Did they just ignore that?
I can't speak for them.
But they didn't do it.
They have not achieved enough to the point to where we're not here today still looking for direct funding.
I think I share some perplexion through all of this, Mr. Chairman. But I will yield back my time. I don't know what else to ask at this point.
Wait, now you're yielding back my time. Now you're entitled to your own 5 minutes. Do you wish to yield it back? Mr. Hall? I think Mr. Sensenbrenner actually needs to be here to yield it to you. All right, we will be in recess until 5:30, when we will hear from Dr. Orbach, which will be very interesting to all of us, since all of the documents and all of our interviews have suggested he was not particularly involved in any of the decisions that we've been interested in. But the panel's dismissed, and we will reconvene at 5:30 for the testimony of Dr. Orbach.
Punch it enough times and it comes on. The meeting is called back into order, and at this time I would like to introduce our witness, Dr. Raymond Orbach, Undersecretary for Science at the U.S. Department of Energy. And as our witness, I'm sure knows, spoken testimony is limited to 5 minutes. It's also the practice of the subcommittee to take testimony under oath. Do you have any objections to being sworn in?
No, sir.
And you also have the right to be represented by counsel. Are you represented by counsel at today's hearing?
No, I'm not.
Please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth will help you God? Thank you, sir. And you may begin with your testimony.
Well, in the interest of time, let me just say that, first of all, Chairman Lamson, members of the committee, I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. With the FY03 budget, funding and responsibility for the Savannah River Environmental Laboratory was transferred from the Office of Environmental Management to the Office of Science, our Environmental Remediation Sciences Division. The Office of Science supports fundamental basic research. All of the research that we fund at laboratories and universities, including facilities, construction, and operations, is awarded through a peer review merit-based process. The Office of Science Environmental Remediation Sciences basic program seeks to provide better understanding and control the mobility of subsurface contaminant plumes across the DOE complex. From FY03 to FY05, the Environmental Remediation Sciences Division worked closely with the Savannah River Environmental Laboratory in an effort to reorient the laboratory's research programs and to develop a peer-reviewed program of research that was aligned with that mission. The 06 budget request for the Office of Science required difficult budget decisions across all of our programs. We had to decide to end legacy funding for SREL. However, we have then and continue to encourage them to submit proposals to the Environmental Remediation Sciences program that address the program's priority research objectives. We would be pleased to have SREL a part of our program. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm happy to answer any questions you or members of the committee may have.
Thank you, Dr. Orbach. At this time, I'll yield myself the first 5 minutes, and I just have a few questions here. Did the Office of Science play any role in evaluating the proposed tasks that SREL developed with Savannah River Site? Did it play any role in evaluating the proposed tasks that SREL developed with?
To my knowledge, no. That was done separately. The site services that the laboratory provides were outside of the interest of the Office of Science.
In 2006 and 2007?
In 2006 and 2007.
Okay. Did the Office of Science, Health, Environmental Management at headquarters run a peer review, technical review, merit review, or any other flavor of review?
Yes, from time to time we work closely with the applied programs in the Office of Science to assist them not only in the peer review process, but also in collaborative workshops and other joint relationships.
Okay, we're specifically talking about the SREL tasks that were evaluated in 2006 and 2007 specifically.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know, and I'm afraid I'll have to answer for the record on that.
All right. Did the Office of Science have any role in negotiating the new cooperative agreement with SREL?
To my knowledge, we did not.
Were you involved in the meeting with the Secretary on May 20th, 2005 to get his approval for a deal on SREL?
I had spoken with the Secretary. I can't remember if I was involved in that specific meeting, but we have discussed the Savannah River laboratory, environmental laboratory, and also the Savannah River site.
Were you present at the May 11th, 2005 meeting where Dr. Bertsch was asked to provide a business plan?
I do not remember my being present there.
Do you only fund research programs for their ability to provide short-term deliverables in the current fiscal year that are critical to your mission?
I would say just the reverse. We tend to fund programs that are longer term because we deal with the basic sciences.
And do you see a clear line between basic research and furthering the broad mission needs of the department and advanced or applied technology work?
The distinction is not so clear because we are a mission-oriented agency. The research that we perform or support that is basic research is driven sometimes by intellectual curiosity, sometimes by what we call use-driven basic research. That is, there's a reason for the basic research and a focus. When you look at the applied programs, they also will be doing some research which some people would call basic. So there's a fuzzy line between basic and applied, and we tend not to want to make a sharp distinction.
Dr. Arbach, did someone just lose confidence in SREL at some point? Did something happen at SRS or at the lab itself that caused someone to get the attention of this little place and decide that it was not appropriate to be continued as it has been?
I don't think so. This laboratory is well known. It is a very successful laboratory. It has a 50-year history of major scientific discovery. We all know about the laboratory, and frankly, we're very proud to be part of the laboratory support structure. The budget exigencies of the FY06 budget were so difficult for us that we had to prioritize our funding, and it was at that point that we made the decision to cease the legacy funding for the laboratory.
Is there anything that we can do to try to either replace or do something with the funding that we can bring this back online and keep it going, but for no other reason than to have the citizens who live around that area their concerns satisfied?
Sir, I think that rests with the laboratory. In terms of the Office of Science, we have encouraged the laboratory to submit proposals to us in areas that we can currently fund. And we have been eager to work with them in that regard, and we would hope that they would take advantage of that opportunity and work with us.
You mentioned in your written testimony that they had fared poorly in peer review on one of those research funding efforts. Do you have any personal knowledge about that, and why would they have fared so poorly after having such a great reputation?
Well, if you're referring to the response to our FY06 request, they did submit a proposal. It was not reviewed well. I do not know the details of why it was not well reviewed, but it was not well reviewed, and therefore we took a negative decision.
Thank you, Dr. Arbach. My time has expired. I will yield to Chairman Miller.
Thank you, Dr. Orbach. I apologize for not being here for your oral testimony, but I did have a chance to read your written testimony. I assume that your oral testimony was similar.
Similar in short.
Abbreviated version. The Reader's Digest version, perhaps. Dr. Orbach, what strikes me is that the testimony, your written testimony, I assume your oral testimony, is dissimilar to all of the other reasons given for the conduct of the Department of Energy in the last 2 years. No one else has talked about a decision to focus research on subsurface contamination and how it's transported, where it goes, what happens to it, and not on surface contamination, and that surface contamination is largely what SREL did. Is that a quick summary of your
That is a correct statement.
And that a decision about SREL was largely based on scientific grounds or scientific priorities, but none of the testimony we've heard here today really supports it. That was the decision, how that decision was made, that it was, there was some discussion that it would be, decisions would be peer-reviewed, but there obviously was no peer review. Dr. Orbach, you are, I'm sure, familiar with how peer review is done. Is it done without generating documents? Does it not usually include criteria, memoranda, a chance to respond, and on and on?
Absolutely, it includes that, and we have a written record of every step in the peer review process.
All right, and so all that we have gotten from the department with respect to the decisions made on the various tasks, or description of the task, and the explanation, the only explanation that the department, the written explanation the department has given is a column that says at the top, DOE critical need, and then beneath it says none. That's not really the result of a peer review, is it? That's not really how peer review works, is you just say no.
Well, there was a peer review process for the one proposal that...
Right, that was one proposal that was not...
And that I believe we have provided to the staff. We met on Monday, and we will provide all of the information. I think we did it on Monday, but I don't know where that is in the pipeline.
In competitive grants, I assume there's also a fair amount of documentation involved in competitive grants. There's usually a request for proposal, there's criteria provided. Anyone applying for the grant has to apply in writing, just not by telephone call.
Correct.
And there was no competition for any of the projects, any of the tasks done by SREL. Isn't that correct?
Well, I don't know which tasks you're referring to. At the time that the...
Well, were any of the tasks that were done by SREL, are those now being done by someone else as a result of competition?
Well, if it's funded by the Office of Science, it is in response to a request for proposals, and it is peer reviewed.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Member Hall, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
May be the only one on this whole committee that doesn't want to ask him hardly anything. I didn't really ask for him to be here. Since Mr. Sensenbrenner wrote me an ugly letter, and I had to respond to it. And he said, strong letter follows. I have about 3 questions. You're a good friend of mine. I don't want to push you around very much, but approximately how many funding requests does the Office of Science receive each year?
We receive thousands.
And do limitations on funding sometimes require your office to turn down requests?
Yes, unfortunately, more often than not. All of our proposals are peer-reviewed, and some are not peer-reviewed well. Others are peer-reviewed very, very well. And if I were to strike an average across the Office of Science, I would say that we're only able to fund about half of the proposals that are well reviewed, the proposals that really have fine science in them, just because of limitations of funding.
Sometimes you turn them down. Admittedly, they're valuable and high-quality science.
Yes, sir.
You would really like to have an unlimited source to fund anybody that makes a request that really gives you the indication that they can carry it out, and that the government then get money, we get good services for what we're buying.
Yes, sir.
The next question is, why was the Office of Science funding for SREL zeroed out in 2005? You know?
When or why?
Why?
Yes, I do.
Tell us.
The problem we had was a very difficult budget year for FY06, and in the consequence of that was that the budget for the program that funded environmental research and remediation science was cut by almost $10 million, from somewhere around 60 million to 50 million. And we had to make some very difficult decisions at that time, and we decided to focus on the area that we felt the research was most seriously needed for, and that was subsurface contaminant flow. And it was with regret, but we had to then eliminate the funding in FY06 for the Savannah River Ecology Laboratory. I think I said environmental before, SREL. And nevertheless, there was an agreement, and we provided $1 million.
But prior to that, let's talk about the zeroing out of the fund. Be a little more specific. Why did you zero them out?
We had to make a hard decision of priorities with a limited budget. And what
was your budget?
The budget for this program was $58.1 million in 05 and was $48.6 million in 06. So we had a very large, that was the President's request. We had a very large cut.
And do you see a continued DOE or Office of Science need for any research being performed at SREL?
The answer is yes. On a peer review basis and according to the areas that we have chosen to fund in our mission, we believe that there is strength at SREL, and we have encouraged them to submit proposals for funding.
The zeroing out was at what level?
That was, if my memory serves me, about $8 million.
And who made that decision?
Ultimately, I did, but it was done by our staff, and I approved it.
You had to get the recommendation of the Secretary?
That's correct.
And did you have anything to do with the rework of it, of the been testified here that Charlie Anderson and Jane Siegel put a proposal together in an effort to save the
Well, it was, we had informed the laboratory prior to the zeroing out that we were anxious to work with them to change their direction of research to be more coincident with that research that we were funding. And then when the actions you were referring to occurred for FY06, we joined in that, and we regarded that as yet another year to give the laboratory an opportunity to reorient its research so that it would be in our funding area.
You gave them that opportunity of work that was spawned by Jane Siegel and
Yes.
Charlie.
We teamed up with environmental management. We added $1 million. I think EM put in $3 million, and I think NNSA about $300,000. And this was to give them an opportunity, from our perspective, our $1 million, to continue to try to reorient their...
Heard enough about them to try to breathe some life back into them and start them off with a $4 million plus for 1 year, and
That's correct.
authorize them to look elsewhere for support.
And to encourage them to continue to work with us.
And you still feel that way about them?
Yes, I do.
I yield back my time.
Mr. Inglis for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Arbrock, I think you just said the remediation program, make sure I get this right, went from 05, in 05 is 58 million, in 06 it went down to 46 million, is that?
I think it was, I may get the numbers wrong. My memory is 58.1 in 05 and 48.6 in '06.
Right, and that's for a whole series of remediation kind of efforts, is that right? Or?
Well, it's for our environmental remediation sciences program, yes, sir.
And so of that, SREL would have been $4 million or so, is that?
Well, it was $8 million in '05.
$8 million in '05.
Approximately.
And so '06, it would have gone to, the request was, is that the point it went to zero? Is
Yes,
the request?
that's correct.
So I suppose the question that we hit on earlier that I guess is really a policy, perhaps a policy debate for members of Congress aimed at the administration is whether it was wise to cut the remediation budget from 58 to 48. I guess that seems to be what's at issue here is some sort of policy dispute about that.
That could well be the case. It was a difficult year for the entire Office of Science budget. FY06 was not just for this program, but across the program in general. Everybody had a hard time, and we were making priority decisions across the board.
So that helps me. That sort of anticipates the next question. Did you have any sense that, in this policy debate, and perhaps that my colleagues on the other side want to say the administration was wrong to cut remediation, that they were not concerned about the environment, let's say, the normal kind of attack, that not concerned about the environment, they want to pollute the earth or whatever, and so therefore they would cut the remediation budgets, but plus up, say, payments to big defense contractors or something, I don't know. Does that fit with the facts here, or is it more that across the board you had difficulties and there's really no rat here? Is that what the...
That would be the latter, sir.
Yeah.
This was you have to look at the entire administration budget, and I think we were not badly treated compared to the rest of the budget. It was a difficult budget year across the board, and we played our role in that.
So then the question becomes how do the Office of Science typically provide funding for its labs and other research facilities?
Well, we typically do it on a peer review basis. About half of our budget is spent on facilities and operations, and the other half on research. And that half on research is all peer reviewed, either by mail or panels or by visits. The first half, the facilities, have review committees. They are reviewed on a roughly 3-year basis. So everything we fund is reviewed by the outside scientific community.
And sometimes they're renewed and sometimes they're not.
Sometimes they're renewed and sometimes they're not.
And is that how SREL was treated here, or what was the situation there?
I think this was different because this was a shift that we made in research areas, which also we do from time to time as our mission either changes or becomes focused. There was never an issue about the quality of SREL. It's an extraordinary laboratory, and it does a significant job for the nation's needs. The problem we had was deciding whether to put money into surface contamination versus subsurface, and given the limited budget we had, and we made the decision to do the latter.
And does that mean that SREL was good at one and not the other?
That's correct.
They had expertise. They're good in a lot of things, but they had particular expertise in the one as opposed to the other.
Well, they have had a history of 50 years of work in terrestrial ecology. We encourage them. And in fact, that we do fund research at SREL for some investigators in areas related to subsurface contaminant motion. Mm-hmm. And we'd been working with them over the period that we were involved with them to try and get them interested and directed in that direction.
Yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Dr. Orbach, our staff has been looking at the decisions surrounding SREL for months, for weeks anyway. We have had extensive interviews with everyone involved in the decision. Pursued pursued the names of others given to us as a result of those interviews. We've looked at asked for all the documents involved in the decisions. And after weeks of looking at these decisions, we are hearing for the first time that there was a decision to make subsurface contamination, research into subsurface contamination, a higher priority than surface contamination. But none of the people who actually made the decisions pertaining to SREL in the last 2 years have mentioned that at all. If none of them have mentioned that, does it not seem to you, as it seems to me, that those were not actually their reasons?
Well, sir, this is not a new bit of information. We had conveyed this in February of '05 when the '06 budget was put on the table. Everyone saw it. It was public at that time. I can give you a reason why we did it, but...
Well, no, that's not what I'm asking. In the last 2 years, after that initial decision by OMB that you were involved with to eliminate all funding, which Mr. Allison said came as completely out of the blue to him. There have been 2 years of decisions about SREL. We talked to everybody involved in those decisions, from the Deputy Secretary down. No one has mentioned this before. In weeks of interviews, in weeks of staff interviews, in requests for all the documents involved in the decisions, and in all of this, no mention of this decision to give a higher priority to subsurface contamination research as opposed to contamination research. We're hearing this for the first time in the last day or two. We have heard from the minority side an insistence that is coming directly from the Department of Energy that you be added to the witness list, which has been puzzling to us because in all of our interviews and in all the documents, you do not appear to have played a role in the decisions. And the reasons that you now give are now we're hearing for the first time. Doesn't it seem unlikely to you, as it does to me, that if we've never heard these decisions before, they don't appear in any of the documents, no one in any interview who was involved in the decisions has mentioned these reasons, that those weren't the reasons?
Sir, I can't answer your question because I don't know what all the documents say, and it may be that after we made that decision that that was no longer on the table and perhaps people weren't dealing directly with it. But the decision was not a secret one. It was made public in February of '05. We communicated it to the laboratory. We have worked with the laboratory since then.
Well, are you saying now, is it your testimony now that what has happened in the last 2 years to winnow down the task given to SREL from a $20 million 5-year agreement to a $1 million base with $3 or $4 million in task-by-task funding to $1 million base with about $1.2 million, which is entirely for 6 discrete tasks, but only those tasks. That all of that has actually been the way that the Department of Energy has put into effect the decision made 2 years ago to place less emphasis on surface contamination research and more on subsurface contamination.
So we were not a party to the last 2 years of negotiations. All I can tell you is what happened in our budget submission for FY06. After that, it seems to me it's a new ball game, and other factors may have entered, but we were no longer a party to it, except for that $1 million that we put in to help them make the transition.
So your testimony is, so far as you know, the decisions you gave for the reasons you gave for decision in 2005 do not pertain, did not influence the conduct of the Department of Energy since then.
I do not believe that they did, but I don't know for sure because I haven't been a party to it. It's very possible that they may have, but I was not a party to them. Okay.
Again, Mr. Allison, whose job it is to manage the site, I think has been treated badly in the Department of Energy's descriptions of what has happened, what the decisions were. Obviously a very competent man to be given the task of managing a $1.2 billion a year site. He said that he was completely taken by surprise by the suggestion by the President's budget that recommended an elimination of all funding for the Savannah River Ecology Lab. He said no one talked to him about it. He was not consulted at all. And from all the other data, all the other information we've gotten, from all the interviews, reviewing all the documents, there were a variety of tasks that the Savannah River, that SREL performed, that do not seem like they were just nice to haves, but critical needs. Most notable of which is environmental compliance with environmental laws. That lab needs someone measuring contamination, someone analyzing contamination, someone knowing what is going on in the ecology of that site, that is not simply satisfying the curiosity of scientists. That is something required for compliance with environmental laws. Did you take into account, those involved in the decision in 2005, take into account the Savannah River sites need to continue to do that, to comply with environmental laws, and how it would be done if the SREL went away?
So we did, we made our decision on the basis of the science and the prioritization of the science. The Environmental Management Program and NNSA were contributors to the 06 budget, and I assume that the issues you just raised were the reasons why they were present in the 06 budget. But our job was to fund basic research, and so we made the very difficult and very arduous decision to terminate our legacy funding.
All right, my time has expired. Mr. Lamson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Auerbach, would you be either personally or professionally disappointed if Congress found a way to continue the funding of SREL?
That's a difficult question to answer. If it's congressional direction is something that we work with and carry forward. If it's in the President's budget, obviously I will support it.
I don't have any further questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Mr. Hall. Mr. Inglis.
Dr. Auerbach, to Mr. Lamson's question about essentially earmarks, I take it those are generally not helpful to you in your position. Is that right? In other words, you basically end up spending money on things that scientists wouldn't spend money on, but maybe constituents want members of Congress to seek money for. Is that too harsh of a statement?
I think that's a rather harsh statement. I think Congress has a responsibility, which it takes to allocate funds, and we respect that responsibility, sir.
Yeah, well, I know this. In, for example, the hydrogen programs of DOE, the complaint that I hear from DOE quietly is, Congress ends up earmarking the money away so that it's some demonstration project here and one over there and one down there, and you end up with the money being eaten up that would have gone to fund real scientific breakthroughs, and now it's all spent. So maybe you don't have to comment on that. I'm just I'm testifying now, but it's a concern, which is that we, whenever we have peer-reviewed kind of work like you're trying to do, and when we have that at NSF, it's such a great model, and I tend to realize that scientists aren't immune from politics either, but still, when there's some scientific criteria involved, it may end up with truly focusing scarce resources on the most pressing needs, which I take it back to the subject at hand is what was about going on with the decision in 05. Chairman Miller was asking a number of questions about why it would be essentially that they wouldn't have heard from the department in document production request about this decision to focus on subsurface rather than surface contamination. But might it be that in '05, having made that decision, at that point, SREL is sort of out of the loop coming to 2006, 2007 maybe, because the department's made a decision, and so therefore in '05, and have I got that right? No, '06, so coming into the '06 year, right? So therefore, perhaps it makes sense that you wouldn't have heard much, or the committee, the majority's committee's request would not have turned up much because they would be out of the loop. SREL would be out of the loop at that point. Is that right? Or?
That would be correct, sir.
Because a policy decision had been made, and now the policy decision is being implemented, basically.
That's correct. The decision was made in December of '04 when the President's budget was being formulated for delivery to Congress in February of '05. We were not allowed, it's been improper to make that public until the President's budget was received by Congress. That was one of the difficult aspects for us because we knew the answer, but we couldn't communicate it. But as soon as the President's budget was presented to Congress, we did communicate. And as you say, there's not much you can do after that except to encourage the laboratory to compete for funds in subsurface contamination.
Thank you. Would the gentleman yield before he yields back his time? Sure. One of the difficulties that they faced was, and that the President faced, was trying to balance his budget. And this particular project came up short and didn't make the cut. That's basically what I am understanding right now. But that doesn't mean that it is not a critically important task and it would have an impact on the community. And there have been some questions raised over time that could have long-term impact on the people and in even the environmental life around there. There was concern raised in the late 1990s about their finding, I think, something called fly ash in the environment that could do serious harm to people as well as to the animals there. So if it were, it seems to me that if we made the decision, had the concern enough about what those people are raising as concerns, that maybe we would choose to try to fund it. And that's not a slap at the face of anybody, but it's a recognition that we have an obligation to try to understand as best we possibly can what this nation needs and what we can do to make sure that we keep it healthy and safe. I think that's part of ours. And I just wanted to say that. Hopefully, that might be something that we can discuss and possibly do.
Yeah,
and I yield back.
And I guess I'm out of time, but it did raise a question for Dr. Orbach with the chairman's indulgence. That I take it there's some reason to focus on subsurface rather than surface. What is the reason?
Well, the subsurface contamination is very serious. We have leaking tanks at Hanford. We have leaking tanks at Idaho. We have subsurface plumes at Paducah, Kentucky. It's not unreasonable to think that almost every one of these nuclear sites has some kind of subsurface problem. They're very serious. One can simplify it by saying that if push came to shove, we know how to deal with surface contamination. We cleaned up Rocky Flats, for example. So if the worst happened and we had to clean it up, we knew how to do that. There's no way to clean up subsurface contamination. It can be 1,000 feet down and can be affecting the rivers. I mean, it's very, very dangerous.
Yes, so the surface is known and quantifiable. The subsurface is where we need a lot of scientific work to figure out what happens down there.
That's exactly our decision. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I think that is it for the questions. Thank you, Dr. Orbach.
Thank you.
And at long last, it appears that we are at the end of the testimony. It
It'd be nice if we were at the end of our day. But
right. Democracy dies behind closed doors. When a government agency gives reasons for decisions that are not the real reasons, a door closes. It is hard to believe the reasons given by the department for the actions that they have taken. They're simply demonstrably untrue. The department has said that there was a decision to make all funding for SREL peer reviewed. There was no peer review. The department said that they had decided to make the funding competitive. There was no competition. We are now hearing for the first time that there was a decision 2 years ago that appears to have had no influence at all in the conduct of the department in the last 2 years to make a priority of one kind of research over the kind of research done at the department. Again, we're hearing about that for the first time after weeks and weeks of asking. We are hearing about that for the first time in just the last 2 days. And there appears to have been no contingency plan, no cost-benefit analysis by the department of what to do with the necessary tasks that SREL was performing if SREL went away. The reasons given by the department just do not hold up to scrutiny. Not yet. Not yet.
I'll wait right here.
The minority has belittled the concerns of the majority. The Republicans have belittled the concerns of the Democrats about this decision. The decisions regarding SREL, and said that we've intimated there's something nefarious, there's something sinister. I don't know what the real reasons were for the decisions. But when a government agency gives reasons that simply do not stand up to scrutiny, they need to expect there to be suspicions about reasons, real reasons, that will not survive the light of day. The most likely single, from my examination of this, the most likely explanation is that somebody somewhere just made a sloppy, lazy, quick, ill-informed decision. We've got 2 labs at that site. We don't need 2 labs. Let's just have 1 lab. Let's close the little one. But as is frequently the case with sloppy, lazy, ill-informed decisions, it proved to be gloriously stupid. And rather than defend that decision, the department has come forward with one explanation after another that simply does not hold up. It is just hard to imagine that the reasons that have been given by the department over the course of weeks with respect to the decisions about this lab are the real reasons. And now, Mr. Hall, you may have the floor.
I'll move to strike the last word. That's your impression of what you've heard, and that's the reason we have court reporters, and we take it down. We write it down for people to read later and to know what was really said. I think this committee has heard testimony under oath from honorable men and women on both sides of the docket that gave the testimony to the best of their knowledge. If you really want to analyze this entire situation, it started out with an effort to belittle the Department of Energy, to take a hard shot at Secretary Bodman, to disgrace 2 of their employees, Jane Siegel and Charles Anderson, and you fail miserably. I yield back my time.
Gentlemen, well,
Which gentleman?
either one. I'm not sure where we are. We're striking the last word.
Why don't you just, if you wish to say something and some valedictory remarks, Mr. Ingles, why don't you go ahead and do it?
Yeah, I think, Mr. Chairman, it's way over the top to use the words demonstrably untrue. Way over the top. I mean, that's accusing the Department of Energy of lying, which is quite an accusation. What you have before you is some witnesses who are doing a work at the Department of Energy to try to solve our nation's challenges. And to accuse them of making untrue statements is just, it takes this attack mode to just a very unacceptable level, I think. I mean, we really should be measured in our words, not accuse them of lying to us. We should just say, you know, listen, we've got a difference of opinion here, and be straight up about that. There's no problem with having difference of opinion. But really, I think that to say in sort of a concluding remark here that sort of gigs the department again by saying that they're demonstrably untrue, perhaps the chairman wants to retract those words. I don't know. I would think you would.
Actually not. I was trying to be measured by saying that it was demonstrably untrue. I have correspondence from the department that said that the decision was based upon peer review. We have had testimony today that in all the documents and our staff interviews all support there was no peer review. There was no peer review of these decisions in the last 2 years. But the department has represented to me, to Mr. Lamson, in correspondence, the decisions were based on peer review. That is demonstrably untrue. It has been demonstrated to be untrue by the testimony today. Mr. Lamson, any valedictory remarks?
I was concerned about SREL and the work that it could do for the United States of America. That's why I came to this. That's why I wanted to find out what possibly went on, and also hoping that if there were any possible way in the world that I could learn something that would help us change that decision and keep a laboratory which has 50 years of fantastic reputation, that it'd be able to continue its good work for people around there and for people of our country. That's why I came here, and that's what I was hoping to find out. And hopefully we won't drop this. We'll continue to look for a way that we might be able to do so.
All right. The witness is excused. Again, I want to thank all the witnesses, Ms. Dr. Orbach, everyone else, for appearing. The record will remain open for additional statements from members and for answers to any follow-up questions the committee may ask of the witnesses. But Dr. Orbach, you and all the other witnesses who have already been excused are further excused, and the hearing is now adjourned.
That just excuse one, it's not enough.